Act 2, Hunting with Purpose. I think it's the 17th part? Is it? Yeah, it's the 17th part. There you go. We are getting up there in the part numbers because apparently I'm obsessed with this game. I think in my head when I finish a day's recording of 3 Ultimate that I'll take a break tomorrow, and then next thing you know, I wake up in the morning and I'm like, holy shit, I have to play some more 3 Ultimate, so here I am. I mean, again, part of it has to do with the fact that I have someone to play with, because when you are fully reliant, as far as doing live recording, on a very small community of people, it sort of makes you a little bit worried about whether or not you can get into consistent hunts. But if I've got Vernon with me, who I've been playing with a lot recently, then I don't really have to worry about that. Worst case scenario is we'll be 2 manning monsters. Whereas if I didn't have him to hunt with, the worst case scenario would be hunting nothing. So, there you go, that's the situation. I am getting my chats up, and then we will begin. I've got a few things to discuss as far as what I'm doing in the game. I did mention in the previous part that I am actually starting to work on my own stuff, and it turns out that for armor sets, as I suspected, there isn't really too much for me to work on. I did work on some new armor sets, but with materials that I already had. In fact, every single armor set that I've made so far, I already had the armor pieces for. Not just the materials to require, or rather, the materials to craft the armor pieces, but in fact, just the armor pieces straight up, so that worked out rather well. Twitch is already glitching out for you? Oh dear. Don't know why you have such troubles with Twitch, honestly, but, oh well, could be Twitch's fault, honestly. That's not to say the problem is Twitch side, but maybe the compatibility issues you're having with Twitch aren't your fault, necessarily. But, yeah, so what I was working on off-camera were 2 new armor sets. I updated my original Awakened Greatsword set. I swapped out Weakness Exploit for Sharpness +1. And the reason why I did that was mainly for the weapon that I have equipped here in the armor set slot. It is the Devil Joe Greatsword. I can't really show you... Well, I suppose I could show you the sharpness of this weapon if I go and equip the... No, I can't equip that, because that also has Sharpness +1. Let me equip a set that doesn't have Sharpness +1 if I possibly could. Here we go. We'll just equip this, and then I can show you the original sharpness of this weapon. You can see it's got a tiny sliver of white sharpness, and then it's mostly blue sharpness. We're in a G-rank game, you know, so I don't really want to settle for sharpness like this. So what I went ahead and did was I made my Awakened Greatsword set Sharpness +1, and of course even if the other weapons were somewhat fine without Sharpness +1, now they are going to be getting a good damage boost purely for the fact that they will have purple sharpness now. So I might actually check, I haven't checked, to see what the red Naught's looking like, sharpness-wise here, but it should be pretty good. Oh, it has a tiny sliver of purple, that's not too bad. But I was hoping for a little bit more purple than that. That's alright, in the end. To be completely honest, I'm surprised that it doesn't have better sharpness than that, because it's kind of a... It's a latent element weapon, so I was thinking that sharpness would be a little better than that, but I suppose because it's got 25% affinity plus 3 slots, they've decided that's enough for you. If you're going to have high fire element on top of that, then giving you good sharpness would be a little bit much. But I feel that it would be okay, given that the raw damage of the weapon itself isn't incredible, but... Anyway, one thing to note about Awakened weapons is that I'm not getting Awakened sets and weapons so that I can be more effective than I would be otherwise. It's just a different way to play the game. For the most part, the Awakened weapons, even with well-optimized sets, are kind of not as good as your standard weapons are. It's just a different way to... you know, I can choose different weapons for certain hunts and that sort of thing. But, yeah, that's my Awakened Greatsword set. You'll notice also that my previous Elemental set, which was really not that good for the reason that it was reliant on high-rank Elatrion, 2 armor pieces of high-rank Elatrion, which resulted in really lacking defense. And, yeah, I just removed that because there was no reason for it to stay, and I needed armor set slots, so there we go. In its place sits a generic Blade Master. I say generic in the sense that it can be used in multiple... well, used with multiple Blade Master weapon types, namely Longsword, dual blades, sword and shield, and switch axe, yeah. So this has high grade earplugs, awaken, sharpness +1, and part breaker. And yeah, it's just, I decided it would be better to have high grade earplugs in the event that I wanted to use it against a Gen Moran hunt or something like that. Rocksteady for the most part is applicable with most monsters because, and when I say, I should say viable rather than applicable, but basically, if this particular armor set is going to be used for like 4 different weapon types, I want to be able to use this set on any hunt and be able to resist a roll, so therefore high grade earplugs was the way for me to go. This set here, which is my original G rank set, is going to be replaced in the future with a lance/gun lance awaken set. But yeah, and I also have an awaken hammer set which I've always had, and of course I've got the awaken greatsword set as well. So basically I'm going to have awaken sets for all weapon types that are Blade Master based. So this set will disappear in the future. This set, I suppose, being my first G rank set, and given the fact that it's been on this account, or on this character I should say, for almost 8 years, it does have a certain degree of sentimental value to me, but I'm running out of slots, you know. I've already removed one lacking armor set, and this one just doesn't really have any need to exist. It has 2 functions. First, as a generic, or I suppose I should say general use. Generic might not be the right term there. It's a general use armor set for Blade Master, and it also is a Capture Guru set. My general use Blade Master set at this point is my Honed Blade set, and my Capture Guru set can just as easily be my Gold Raytheon set. So therefore, I don't really have a reason to use this anymore. It's nice, it's not a bad set at all. Good skills, honestly, but unfortunately, I do need space, and this is the first set to go. So when I do actually get around to making my lance/gun lance awaken armor set, this is where it's going to go, and I will be reorganizing my armor sets here because they are a little bit jumbled all over the place, aren't they? I was a little bit lazy when I made these armor sets. My tri-armor sets were a bit better organized than this. Anyway, what I'm going to do, I think first and foremost, is going to blow my nose. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm back. If you see a player by the name of Takeshi, kick him, he's a cheater. You ran into him earlier, and he likes to give supply items. Yeah, I don't know if you saw it, Vernon, but that Geordie guy yesterday was trying to give me status knives. So he's not the only person going around giving people supply items. I don't know why they do this. I'm sure they have this strange idea in their head that they're actually helping people, but they're really not. All they're doing is, they're almost spreading the seeds of cheating throughout the game. It's a real shame. I'm in the fortunate situation where the only time I've ever had to deal with a cheater affecting my game was actually on camera, when a guy like One Shot and Abyssal Laggy, that was the only time I've had my game affected by someone who was cheating here. It was a bit of a different story for Monster Hunter Tri, but it's not... Modding and cheating isn't as prolific here in this game, so at least not yet. But it's a real shame that people want to ruin it. Just because, I don't know, they've lost interest in the game, and to remain interested they need to cheat, basically. But yeah, I'll keep in mind that Takeshi is cheating. So he's actually hosting a room. I didn't mean to... One annoying thing when you go online is you can sometimes be pressing A to skip the cat's text, and then you end up joining a room because there's no yes/no prompt for joining a room. So, yeah, it's a little bit annoying, but yeah, you've got access. So multi here is actually for local play, and then this is solo. And if you want to actually play with people, you go to network mode. It's kind of strangely set out, but there you go. Someone one-shotting an Elatrion? There's no real point in that, is there? Because if you're hunting a Elatrion, you do generally want materials from him, like horns and tails and whatever. Whereas if you just one-shot an Elatrion, you just get the generic materials, or the standard stuff that you would normally get. My favourite word today is generic, I don't know why. Sort of not using it in the best way. Interestingly, there are 2 people in World B. I don't know why. I don't know why they think they're going to get some privacy in Room B that they couldn't otherwise have in A, because... yeah, anyway, it doesn't matter. So, we want to go Lobby 1, because that's the thing, you could just choose a different lobby. You don't have to go into a different world, it's very bizarre. Anyway, it's nice to see this many people playing at this time. Oh, there's Takeshi. Asshole. Ruining the game for people. Old Devil is hosting a room, he's the guy who kicked you? Oh yeah. Isn't it so funny? But you know the interesting thing, Vernon? He's sitting there in a room on his own because he's kicking everyone. He's... oh, I see why he's kicking you. It says looking for experts. When someone at a high hunter rank has looking for experts in their comment, they're not joking, they're actually looking for experts. Now, you're not... you are effectively an expert, like you are very experienced in the series, but unfortunately this guy just looks at your hunter rank and assumes that you're not an expert, right? So, or someone who's good at the game, which is a real shame. It's stupid, but I somewhat understand his position because there is a bit of an influx of new hunters coming into this game, and it's not a bad thing at all. It's just he automatically assumes that you're just some person who can fuck off, some noob who isn't worth hunting with, which is somewhat stupid, but yeah, communication would be nice, I would say. We've got G turns, we've got farming BR. Oh, I thought it was farming Brazilian. I was thinking, God, didn't know Brazilians played this game. Got a G turns room here with the Omega signs. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Just maybe to catch your eye, idiot, with a password on it. Another passworded room. With a person named Crystal, great. Crystal and her online boyfriend playing 3 Ultimate. And 2 German rooms. Why are they insistent on only playing with people who speak their language? What is that? And how could you possibly have 2 German rooms? One of them isn't even full, and the other one just has 1 person in it. I think the 2 Germans need to be reunited. Anyway. So close yet so far. I wonder if there's a room that we should join here. Probably not, because I mean, unless we joined the German room and pretended to speak German. But I don't think we'll do that. What's really annoying is that these 3 people here do not necessarily have to be apart, and on top of that, they have no real reason to force people to speak German in their fucking room. It's just annoying. I'll name the room G-Ring. And hopefully we'll get people. Because, yeah, it doesn't really look like there are many options for rooms right now. You wanted me to refresh? Well, let me know if there's another room that's better to join than mine. But, yeah, it looked like I was the one who needed to post a room there. Alrighty. So it is a little bit of a waiting game here. We can probably 2-man something in the meantime. I'm not sure what you need, but I kind of feel like using the Bushido here, because I remember talking about it, if not in the previous video, then in the video before it. I was talking about how, I don't know why I even had these weapons, I just made them for the sake of it, because I ended up getting the tickets from the quest. I can't remember what quest it is. I think it's Giant Rust Duramboros. That's my memory of it. I could be wrong, but I seem to remember it being Giant Rust Duramboros. And I haven't actually fought Rust Duramboros recently on camera at all. But yeah, these blades are actually kind of decent if you have Awaken and Sharpness +1, so yeah, I wouldn't bother using them outside of that, but they've got a bit of a slime value. They're very high raw damage, especially if you have Sharpness +1 and have that big chunk of purple sharpness to work through. But you are still probably going to have to sharpen that up quite a bit, because it's really only got purple sharpness. Outside of that, it's just slivers of sharpness that you go through immediately with a fast attacking weapon type like dual blades, so yeah. Probably not. It would probably be a good weapon to have speed sharpening with, to be honest, but anyway. Oh, the German rooms were consolidated. Well, that's good. That guy finally worked it out. Alrighty. But yes, I'll just use these for fun, because I haven't used these. I've probably only used these weapons once or twice ever. And, yeah. I'll be able to get more damage out of them now than ever before, so that'll be good. Again, this is my generic use, or general use, sorry. Blade Master Awakened set. Giganox? Yeah, sure. He's an easy monster to two-man, generally. What do you need from Giganox? Or what are you making? Feline Pyro. Does that work with slime? It does. It increases the power of slime attacks. Now, the question is, why did Capcom feel it necessary to allow Feline Pyro to increase the power of slime attacks, when slime was already so fucking strong? That's what I want to know. It sort of makes sense in conjunction with a low status level of 180, but if you combine that with, say, Kelby Deershot, or, you know, combo Greatsword with that fully upgraded Volcanus Greatsword with Awaken, it's like, yeah, that's ridiculous. I see. 2-piece Giganox with 3-piece Hallowed Genmaran. Yeah, that's a status set, I'm assuming, of some kind. Oh, your status set. You did actually say that. Alrighty. So fortunately in this game, it's totally different in Generations Ultimate. When you solo your quests, or just two-man your quests, there's a very low chance that anyone's going to join. You're basically forced to just sit there and wait for people to join. But in this game, people will join while your quest is in progress and will be willing to wait. So we can actually just quest in the meantime while we wait for more people. So that's great. But it is a surprise to see a lot of newer players here. Maybe people who are in Vernon's situation where they repurchased a Wii U or got the game again. Or just people who are coming from later generations and experiencing 3 Ultimate for the first time. Giganox should be in there. Oh, no, does he? Let me just see. Oh, he's actually... What a strange place for him to be. Look at this, he's in Area 2. Why does he start here? I believe he starts, I don't know, I'm not even going to question it, to be honest. I feel like I've seen this before, but I didn't know it was in 3 Ultimate. Anyway. Already dealt some slime damage there. I think I really like these dual blades. Doubling down on slime probably isn't ideal, but I really wanted to use these dual blades. They're really quite fun, I like their design. Oh, managed to avoid that poison there. But this would be an example of a fun way to use slime. In fact, I'd say non-Brachydio slime weapons are pretty cool. Just because it's a bit standard to use Brachydios. A lot of weapons that in the past just didn't have elements have been given slime element in this game. I saw one in particular, I can't remember what it was now, but it was some weapon from 1st or 2nd gen. And they just threw slime on it in this game. And I've got no idea if they would have given that same weapon blast element in the as a latent, blast status, as a latent status in 4 Ultimate, but they may have. It'd be nice if I could remember what the weapon was now, but I think I may have it as a weapon that I'm intending on making, so if I were to actually check my list of weapons, I'd probably be able to see it, but it's not that important. He's already... That wasn't already a fucking... That's a limb. Is he G-rank? No. He must be high... Oh, it's... That's right. That's the reason why the spawn point's different. It's because it's triple Giganox. I'd completely forgotten that it was a triple quest. So yeah, that makes sense, actually. I knew it was possible for him to spawn here, but it was in a very rare instance that I couldn't remember where it was, and I was surprised it was 3 Ultimate, but it makes sense that it's a specific quest in 3 Ultimate. It's the triple Giganox quest, so there you go. Understandable. But yeah, I'm working real hard on just building up my... Well, not working real hard, but I have the intention of really building this character up. Properly building it up. I kind of feel like I should be spending more time in Monster Hunter Freedom and really working on that character, but to be completely honest, I get more enjoyment out of playing this game. Because Monster Hunter Freedom is honestly just... It's depressing. It's a depressing game to play. Particularly if you're trying to make stuff. Because you... I don't really know how to say it other than... Making stuff is hard. Particularly weapons. Armor isn't as bad, it's like anything. It's always harder to make weapons than armor, but... Or more time consuming, I should say, rather than hard. You know, whenever I say something's hard, I don't necessarily mean it's difficult, I just mean to say that it could be time consuming. Usually I mean time consuming when I say hard. It's my way of saying there's more barrier to acquisition, I guess we could say. And that's my meaning. Because all the time when I say something's hard, people say, it's not hard, it's just time consuming, but to me those are one and the same. If I meant that it was challenging, I would have said challenging or difficult. But, hard for me, it's probably my use of the word hard. Anyway. I'm gonna get caught in that. No, I'm not. I will use these dual blades more often, honestly. They're good fun. In fact, they might be my go-to slime weapons. I have to stress that you just don't want to use these outside of the set that I have here, which is an Awakened Sharpness +1 set, because these dual blades really don't shine outside of that. But let's see how quickly I lose my wide sharpness. Well, it'd be nice if I could fucking hit him. My god, don't you leave, stop it. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Well, we'll sharpen up anyway. I'm gonna kill these Giggies in case I need monster broth. And you should definitely carve these Giggies as well, Vernon, because monster broth is very useful. Because when you need it... Actually, you wanted Nahabra stuff as well, didn't you? So that would require monster broth for sure. I know it goes Monster Essence, Monster Broth, and then I can't remember the G rank one. See, I've got Monster Broth, that's the high rank. But, yeah, just place Wyvern Tears there. It's very frustrating that we didn't manage to one-zone that second Giganox. I think the reason why was because I got out of range and I was doing my combo and I just wasn't even hitting him, so he ended up slipping between our fingers. I really should compare the damage of these dual blades to other dual blades. I think they're really high, because my end raw here is 422, and I think the Diablo's dual blades are kind of close to that. The difference here is that they've only got a tiny bit of negative affinity, and they've got very high sharpness, so I would say that these would be very damaging. I don't know if I want to remove anything here for Foul Venom Gland. did you know, here's a little bit of trivia. Did that get saved? Yes, it did. Here's a bit of trivia for Monster Hunter Stories. I don't know if... You know what? No. Maybe in the game, in the Japanese game of the original Monster Hunter Stories, there were monsters with these names, but there's an antagonist in the Monster Hunter Stories anime who has a Devil Joe. He rides a Devil Joe. And the Devil Joe's name is Gland. And when we were watching Monster Hunter Stories, the anime, we really made a meme out of that. Gland. Imagine naming anything Gland. It's such a disgusting word. Gland. It's funny, but I don't think it was supposed to be funny. That's the point. But, yeah, Gland was his name. And then they named the, there was a red Kezu named Fool. Just Fool. So, in Japanese it was Furu, which was Fool. And the reason why was because that was a play, somewhat of a play on words, given that, in Japanese, Kezu is Furu Furu, to my understanding. So, it was Furu, the Furu Furu. It's so stupid. I mean, that's an antagonist's rider, or monstie, sorry. They call it monstie, don't they? The rideable monsters. This is Hypertail. He's just going to join and post his own quests, so he's going to find out very quickly that this is probably not the room for him. That's why he's here. He's here to do his own stuff. But, yeah, Fool the Red Kezu, Gland the Devil Joe, and there were other ridiculous ones too, but those are the two that I can really think of off the top of my head. It was quite ridiculous. And it was, you know, it was exciting, because you can imagine, we're watching the anime, and then we would see Gland, and we'd be like, look, it's Gland! And it's just funny, because who would think to name something Gland? I think it would have to be one of the grossest names you could come up with. But, yeah, I've actually got still got an emote somewhere on Discord with Gland. It's like a straight-on view of Gland's face. And it's quite entertaining. Having real trouble with my inventory space here. But you never know, I might need Giganox stuff, because I do plan on making some... Well, I never know. I definitely will need some Giganox stuff, because I'm planning on making a few poison weapons. Because usually in the Monster Hunter games, I'm not too diligent when it comes to creating status weapons. And I really would like to make a poison weapon for each weapon type, so therefore, I think Giganox materials are important. Is Revolting Peel a good drop? It is pretty revolting. I mean, the thing is, I find Giganox to be far less stomach churning than Kezu. Kezu is just fucking... Like, that thing has teeth in its arsehole. Yeah, I don't have too much Giganox stuff. Like, I don't have any full stacks of Giganox stuff, so I think it's good to make sure that I'm taking all of that in the event that I actually need to craft stuff out of Giganox materials. So Hypertail is probably going to run to the quest board and post as soon as possible. Whoops, didn't mean to put those away. That was like a slip of the fingers. And we've got stuff on the first page too. Let's top that up. I think I need more honey, don't I? Oh my god, yes I do need more honey. And I've only got 13 Mega Potions. This is a bit of a travesty, isn't it? Okay, well let's see what we can do about this, because this is important. I'm going to check the granny first. If she's selling honey, then great, I don't have to worry, but she may not be. Oh, I think she is. She is selling everything right now. It turns out that there is a rare chance for her to sell everything that she can possibly sell, and she's doing that right now. That's 8 pages of stuff. Really useful stuff. Got air filters. I mean, that's where I've got all my air filters from. Got screamers and armor stones. Like, in Portable Third, and I believe also in Tri, you had to go and get your screamers manually. You had to just go and kill Great Jaggy over and over again and get your screamers for Sonic Bombs. Don't have to do it in this game, you just fucking buy them. Armor stones, Dragonfell berries. Sharpened fangs? Remember in Tri having to get sharpened fangs? That was fucking shit. But yeah, anyway. How about that? Right when I needed honey. I mean, wasn't more... You couldn't really get more desperate than that for honey, and lo and behold, it's purchasable. I'm actually going to buy a shitload of it now, not with the intention of actually keeping all of these stacks, but instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to craft them now. It's going to be a bit of ear rape while I'm doing my potion crafting, but... Oh. Greetings, Donkle, says Potato. So I guess that's Dink, Dinkle, Doomlink, Doomlinkle mixed into one, which becomes Donkle, which is just delightful. I'm going to buy 2 box. I'll buy potions to box. Probably consuming the last of my available space in my box. Holy shit. You know, now that I think about it, this is not going to work out so well at all. Because I really don't have the space for this. I'm going to have to sell something. What can I sell? Because I need more space for this shit. No, not here. Not monster materials. I need stuff that I just have too much of. I guess we're going to have to cull bones, maybe. Because I've got lots of stacks of certain bones, like slog bones, I think I've got. Yeah, I've got like 3 stacks of slog bones. Not literally 3 stacks, but that's enough. Just a single stack of slog bones is just going to have to do, because it's too much. I just don't have the space. And I'm thinking of culling these as well. I probably don't need all of these stacks of wyvern claws. They're very useful, but I think that's enough fangs and that should be enough claws. That's fine. So now it's ear rape time. And I apologize for this. Actually, that's not too loud, but it's, you know, it's a very repetitive sound, I realize this. The one good thing that they did in World, rather. World was the 5th gen version of Tri, really. Oh, did that guy fucking leave? No, he didn't. How close to Huntering 8, Tail? He was posting, I think the key quest he sent last time was Ivory, Laggy, and Gobul, so I think he's pretty close. I would be pretty happy with doing another Morales. We could probably even 3-man it, although, probably, maybe I wouldn't want to do that. But yeah, what I'm doing here is just making a shitload of Mega Potions so I don't have to worry about it for a long time. Because I don't really have a need for honey beyond this. Beyond just making Mega Potions. I mean, honey is used for Max Potions, I guess. Now that I think about it. I think I'm lacking in Max Potions, aren't I? I think I've only got... Oh no, I've got 65, that's perfectly fine. Well, that should do for now. We've got that. I've got not too many potions, so I'll buy maybe another stack of potions. There we go. And I've got quite a few remaining stacks in my box, so that's cool. Yeah, we are under control regarding space. So now I need to remember not to take monster slog bones. I sell them when I get them in the rewards. What's he posting? Desert Storm. Well, fine. I'm definitely not going to use a slime weapon here because we've already got 2 people running slime, so I need to go element. And you're going to have to excuse me, but I'm in the mood to use element. Oh, excuse me, awaken. I'm in the mood to use awaken, so I'm going to equip the Calcamatia, which is my awaken ice sword and shield. Decent stats, nothing really wrong with them. I think that there is it would be my guess that the Barioth Sword and Shield just ends up being better. But again, it's not about that, it's just doing something a little different. It's when you get to a point in the game where you just want to use different weapons to what you're used to, and quite frankly, even for this recording series, it's important that I use something different, because if I felt like using Sword and Shield, and it was this quest, I'd be using, probably for the 4th time in like 3 or 4 recordings, the Barioth Sword and Shield, and we've seen that enough. It's a nice design, I love how they designed it in this game, but really, I think it's time to move on to the, whatever it's called, Calcamatia, I think it is, yeah. And I think we are ready to go. Awesome. I never farmed Screamers in Try, I just hoped someone else would have them. Yeah, right. One day I will convince you to play Escape from Tarkov. It's a survival, looter, battle royale, military sim, all rolled into one. That sounds a little bit horrendous. It could be good though, I don't know. Vernon's taking the shortcut. I don't know what would end up being faster, the way he's going or the way I'm going, but I think they're almost the same. What ends up happening is he'll have to walk through that big desert area, which might end up taking the same length of time it would take me to walk through these areas. I'm not too sure. We'll find out. Well, I'm not sure, Vernon, because he might not be doing them in order. He might not be doing the key quests in order. He might just be... Because again, as I said, if we were to look through the key quest list, I believe Ivory Laggy and Gobul is after Desert Storm. So he might not be going through them in order. In other words, this could be his... This could be maybe second to last, you wouldn't know. It would be nice, I mean, if he told us how many quests he had to do instead of just posting his own. Or rather just posting a quest and not saying anything, but... Anyway. Hey Trash, good to see you early on. Uh-oh. I didn't end up getting hit by that, shockingly. Get away from that tail, it has quite a bit of range to it. Oh. Speaking of range, I'm lacking range, because this is Sword and Shield. There we go. It's good to see. I don't know if I should be aiming for the face or for the wing. Usually I prioritize wings with Barioth. I'm not too concerned that I've dropped out of purple sharpness here, but I will sharpen up from blue, probably. Oh dear, I thought he was further to the left of me there. I am really not hyped, Potato. I really would... I mean, I'm tempted to just barely play Rise and just stick to playing this, but I probably will play Rise pretty heavily. For the first few weeks, anyway. Just to get through the game, just to... Even if it's a really good game for some reason, I'm not going to play the Switch version all that much, because I would just get it on PC, wouldn't I? I don't want to really work hard on a character on the Switch version, only to start all over again on the PC version. There would be no reason for that. And I wouldn't return to the Switch version just to play the new stuff, because they'll probably do the same thing with the Switch version that they did with World, where the PC was like 6 months behind. Maybe not 6 months, I can't remember what it was, but it was definitely behind. My point is, I probably wouldn't even return for that. I'm not sure how I would record the PC version, because I couldn't really do live recordings of World, because I couldn't play the game and run OBS at the same time on the same machine, so I would need a stream PC for that, which is annoying. I would rather not have to organise a setup of that kind, but may very well be necessary. I'd have to stream off a laptop or something, when I do get a decent laptop. But again, that's in like a year's time, so I don't have to worry so much about that. Right now, anyway. Have we broken that other wing? No, we haven't. That's fucking annoying. It's not a big deal, it's just... feels like it should be broken by now. Hypertail's being smacked around a little bit. He's actually using the Great Roggy set, which was technically my first G-Rank armor set. I was talking about how that Azure Rathalos set was my first G-Rank, technically not. At the very beginning of G-Rank, I was making that Roggy set, and then, once I had the Roggy set, I went straight into Azure Rathalos. Because I didn't want to be fighting Azure Rathalos with a high rank armor set at G-Rank level. That would have been bad, so I went with Great Roggy as well. It's not necessarily great skill-wise, I mean, it's not bad either, it's just... It was mostly for defense. Not good. You'd think with this much mobility... Here we go, let's get that fucking wing. I was about to say, you'd think that with this much mobility I wouldn't have such great difficulty hitting this fucking wing. There we go, it's broken. One weird thing is that with certain monsters, I don't know if it's all monsters in 3rd gen, but certain monsters, you can't see their stuff break while they're in a knockdown animation. So you don't actually know when to move to the next thing if you've got like a prolonged knockdown period. And why did I drink that? I didn't intend to. Hey Spaceman. Well, nearly ran straight into that because I was reading the chat. Sand barrel's a bit wounded. Might pick up this. Why not? Rugged Flora Plus. I think that's the high rank one, isn't it? So I actually don't need a shield roars here. This is one of these situations where I'm not reliant on the shield for blocking roars. But that's because this set is not specifically for sword and shield, it's for longsword, dual blades, sword and shield, and switch axe. Because I feel like all of those weapon types don't really need a dedicated armor set. You can have one for dual blades, but what are you gonna have? Stamina skills? That kind of shit. Don't have to do that. This is fucking stupid. He limps so far. I often get to kill him here. Just because he limps so far. I'm trying to get that tail. It'd be nice to get that tail cut because that'd be a great opportunity to shit on him a bit, but doesn't look like that's happening. I can't say I'm too impressed to do all of Vernon's key quests, only to do the key quests of some random ass guy who's probably not going to stick around anyway. But your call, Vernon, seriously. Might as well aim for that tail, honestly. See if we can cut it. You plan on staying with Switch for Rise? Oh yes, that's right. Because you don't really have a computer that could run Rise. You mean the Flooded Forest? Bringing back the Flooded Forest in Rise but remade. Well, they would have to remake it. Because there's not going to be any underwater. But it makes sense though, because they did that in 4 Ultimate with the original desert location. They brought back the map design, like as in the actual on-screen map, but the location itself was totally changed, so I'm not surprised to see them do that. This guy who's named himself Dark Soul, who just joined the room. Well, yeah, it would be nice if we could have HR8 and above. That's what I probably should have said. I probably should have made the room HR8 plus. I never really thought about that. It's kind of important to check. And I can solve this. I'll tell you what, I mean, you guys can probably notice it, but basically every talisman I ever get is just complete shit, although fast charge plus 5 might be decent. Wait, no, I need to actually manually go to send to boss. I keep forgetting about the old appraisal system of 3rd generation. Alright, so what have we got? Dark Soul, fortunately, is not under Hunter rank 8. He is indeed above that. Need to be careful here. I'll have to sell both of these. I'll be at max Zenny soon. Which is good because I'll be able to drop myself down from max Zenny with weapon crafting. Good in the sense that I hate it when I'm at max Zenny because I feel like it's all a bit of a waste. I like to be able to contribute to a number by selling all my stuff. But it doesn't really happen when I'm at max Zenny for obvious reasons. Okay, I'll get Exchanger then. That's a real shame. Vern, maybe you need to unlock it somehow. I'm asking Hyper how many quests he needs. I don't want to fucking sit here doing some random guy's key quests when, you know, I'm here to do Vernon's quests. Because, I mean, if he's got 1 or 2 more to go, sure, but if I'm going to be doing 4 or 5 fucking quests, you know, like an hour to an hour and a half, just helping some random ass guy, like, I don't have time for that. I've got my own stuff to do. I've got Vernon's stuff to do. I mean, really, I don't have much of my own stuff to do right now, because I'd have to work out what I'd need to make certain weapons. But that's not even a key quest. Oh my god. I don't really know what this guy's fucking doing, but I guess he doesn't speak English, that might be his problem. Just saying, I made this room for you, so... I do love that longsword design. Maybe it's in Portable 3rd where I have that longsword, but it's really cool. It's just a lovely design. Doing some Giganox there. If you want to do the triple quest, Vernon, I can check to see if I have it. I might have it. It usually is best for getting materials. Yeah, I do have it. Do you want me to post it? Alrighty. I'll just change my weaponry a bit. I think we will go Awaken again. Because why not? May as well demonstrate my new armor set. Because I know I also have a Fire Awaken Sword and Shield here, which is the Sand Barrier Sword and Shield. I don't know why I made this. I don't think I made it with the intention of using it as a Fire Awaken Sword and Shield, but I believe if you want to make a Fire Awaken Sword and Shield, this is the only one you can get. So, yeah. Unfortunately, Sharpness +1 does not work with this weapon, but that's fine, because again, this is just general use, so if certain weapons aren't compatible, then it's not a big deal. I don't really have any alternative. I may be wrong, but I have a hunch that Dark Soul plays Dark Souls. Spaceman says, I don't know, it seems like a Dance Dance Revolution kind of person. I'd have to agree. So, what I'm gonna... I don't know if I can edit room info. No, I can't. That was something that they introduced in, I think, Generations. So, unfortunately, I mean, in future, what I would do is I would name the room HR8+. Because we do want to do Halogen as well, but... Hello, Lictoblot. That is an interesting name. Like most people on Twitch, every time I see a new name on Twitch, I just have to look at it for a moment and go, what? And then I promptly move on with whatever I'm doing. But, yeah. Hopefully the next person who joins will be over Hunter Rank 8. Well, Hunter Rank 8 and above, I suppose. But in future I will put that in the room information. I could gather some Dragonbone artifacts if I want to. What I'll do is I'll just remove everything else. Oh, Enduring Charms are also good. I'm just not going to have any space to have Giganox materials, unfortunately. 2 Enduring Charms? Sure. I think Unknown Skull is the 3rd generation version of Master's Skull, although Unknown Skull may have also existed, I'm not sure. But yeah, Master's Skull doesn't exist anymore. I don't know if I want relics. Artifacts are the G-rank version of that. I guess I'll take the Dragonbone relics. Well, I've got 2 spots. 2 spaces in my inventory. Well, no, let's... Oh, never mind, that's mining. Well, I don't really want that, I don't think. I could mine for charms, but don't want to waste time. Well, again, I'm not really up to date, Potato. Apparently it's good. Like, everything's good, but I just haven't been in the mood, so I haven't been watching. It's cool to get a fire element out of this sword and shield. I think all of the Sand Barrier stuff is fire-based, but I swear I saw a water awakened weapon for Sand Barrier. I think it was, the Greatsword. I think my awakened Greatsword was going to be Sand Barrier, which is weird, but yeah. I feel like I have to double check that, because it's weird to have most of the weapons be fire awakened, and then suddenly there's a water one. I mean, you get that sometimes. I think with Glacial Agnaktor there's some that's ice and some that's water, but that makes a little more sense than fire and water. Fire and water are opposites. But I can sort of understand how Sand Barrier could have a water effect. But I actually can't, now that I think about it. No, because he's Sand Barrier. I mean, what's drier than sand? I mean, maybe wet sand. Wet Sand Barrier. I don't know, it's all very silly. Kill him. You know this Dark Soul guy? I can't help but mention this. And it's not to really have a go at him. But he's Hunter rank like 220 something. And he's using a fucking poison weapon against a Giganox. Now, I don't know what this means. I don't know if he's dumb. Or what. I actually don't know what that means. Because if you're at Hunter rank 200 and whatever in this game, you've played hundreds of hours of this game, okay? Now, at that point, you should have more choice than just one longsword. What would possess a person to use a poison weapon against a Giganox? I don't know. That doesn't make much sense to me. But apparently he's decided to do that. So, yeah. It seems very strange to me that you would do that. But whatever. I don't think it's worth sharpening this up. It's such a tiny sliver of purple that I'd be better off just not sharpening at all. I mean, I guess I could. I could sharpen just to get up to the maximum level of white. And then technically sharpen up to purple in the meantime, but... or in the process, but... I do like the design of this sword and shield. This is the traditional design of the Nardebosh, I believe it was called. But it's just a different colour. Whereas for the max upgraded Barioth sword and shield, the normal Barioth sword and shield, it's got a bit of a... I don't know how to describe it, but it's got a slightly different shape. And it looks really cool as well. I'm trying to get away from that fucking poison. Oh my god, that has such a wide area of effect. I've got no idea, Potato. I mean, let's say, for example, he was absolutely hell-bent on using longsword, and he only has one longsword for some reason. Why would you see that it's Giganox and then decide to use it? I mean, he might have not even known what it was, but I don't know how he couldn't, because Vernon posted his Giganox, and then I posted a triple Giganox quest, so he had 2 chances to change weapons, and he didn't. So, what's he doing? I don't even think poison can be applied to a Giganox. If it can, then it probably does really pathetic damage. Apparently, Giganox, actually, yeah, Giganox does take damage from poison, but barely any. It's just silly. Silly overall. Oh dear. That is a very strange hitbox. That thing he's doing where he's laying an egg on his back, that is unique to 3 Ultimate. He didn't do that in Portable Third or Try, and I don't know if that's like a G-rank move. It could be a G-rank move. This was the first game in the series, what I'm playing right now, that actually made it so that G-rank monsters moved faster. People who played 3 Ultimate for the first time thought it was really hard because of the way G-rank monsters moved. People were complaining. They were like, G-rank monsters move too fast and they hit too hard. And it's like, well, to be fair, this game is quite important because it was the very first G-rank 3rd generation game. Or the very first G-rank game outside of real old Monster Hunter. Because, you know, this was actually the 3rd G-rank game in the series. You had Monster Hunter G, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, and then after that, it wasn't until this game came out that a new G-rank game appeared, so this is the 3rd one. So I guess it's like, it used to be anyway the case that you'd have 1 G-rank game per generation, but there were 2 G-rank games in 4th gen. Interestingly enough. And I guess that's how they're going to do it from now on, because I think Rise will be G-rank. Maybe not at first, but I don't know if they'll do that with an expansion or a separate game release. I don't think they could get away with a separate game release anymore. You got all of your talents? That's good to hear. Yeah, I think Kezu needs to go. Kezu needs to go. And be replaced by Giganox. You know, I've said this a million times, if they're going to bring back Kezu, just bring back Giganox and forget about Kezu. As I've said, I'd rather they didn't bring monsters back, but if they're going to, don't give me fucking Kezu. Give me Giganox. Because again, I can just come back and play these games and enjoy Giganox as much as I want, but which is why I don't really need him to come back in Rise. I don't need that at all, but yeah, like for example, coming back and playing this game and hunting a monster like Giganox, which is unique to 3rd generation, it's more fun, because you can't fight this monster anywhere else. But if you can fight him in a 5th gen game, it doesn't have that same sort of effect anymore. But people don't understand that, because I guess they don't go back and play the older games. But there's no reason not to return to the old games, because if they were great then, they're great now. It's just how it is. And they were great. When he rolls on his back, his egg is destroyed. All of his babies die. Poor Giganox. And poor children of Giganox. Fucking boom press. Let's try to flinch him out of that. No. Well, we flinched him, but not out of that. You have to be very careful of that poison. Because it is double poison, you don't want to be affected by it. There is a double poison effect for weapons, and I believe it's in the form of Poison Plus on bows. So, for example, the Purple Ludroth bow has Poison Plus, so when you shoot poison, it'll actually be that pinkish poison when it applies the effect, and it's just, I believe, let's say double the effectiveness, I'm not sure. I don't know if it deals more damage when it's applied, or it applies poison faster. Probably the latter. I don't think it would actually cause a different poison effect to... You know what, talons are probably more important than this other stuff. But I didn't take that talon when I got it. That wasn't too bad. I managed to keep most of that because I carved only PLs, basically. That's what I'm thinking, Potato. I don't think they can get away with having a separate game release anymore. Because people won't understand it. They'll be like, why do I have to buy the game again? You know. But they're happy to do it for an expansion. This is the funny thing. Like, if you could, this is how simple-minded people are. This is how simple-minded people are. If you were to give them a different game to buy, they'd be like, I'm not buying the same game just to have G-Rank. But if you'd made it an expansion, they'd be like, give it to me. It's all in the wording. That's exactly why marketing, probably... If you ever got into marketing, I'll tell you what, you'd think a lot less about the human race. And you'd also realise how easy it is to control people. Guard Up +6 might be decent. Again, for the later games, no, but for 3rd gen maybe, so I'll take it. I've never been told that, no, Potato. And I don't really want to know if we sound similar. And why I sound like a character out of a show called American Psycho, I couldn't tell you. Because my accent couldn't be further from an American accent. Well, I suppose it could be further, but it's definitely not an American accent. What am I missing here? What? Whatever, we'll just sort it and I'll figure it out later. No, it should be fine. That should be fine. Okay. So, now we can do Hallowed Gen. As far as what I would use... You know what, I will go Awakened Greatsword. I will use the Red Nort. So it's good fire, and honestly the damage is fine. I've got an end raw value of 1224. It's the way I speak. I see. Alright. Well, you can post it, Vernon. I don't need to post it. I'm guessing this guy is gonna... Oh, he's got a different weapon. Wow. He doesn't only have a Gignox longsword. I was expecting him to turn up into this Hallowed Gen hunt. With a fucking... I don't really want Dragon Res. But yeah, I was expecting him to turn up to this Hallowed Gen hunt with a fucking Giganox longsword. And I was gonna say, shit, we might as well just two-man it. You don't have it. You probably do, you just can't find it, but I'll post it for you. Just check Hunter Rank 8. It's not on the first page, it's on, like, the second one? It should be on the second page. I have it second from the bottom. I don't think there's an additional unlock requirement. If you really don't have it, then I will post it. But... yeah, it's sort of hidden away in there. There are a lot of quests in here. There's Rage Match. It's a little different in this game. Those of you who played Tri will remember Rage Match. I believe that was an event quest, and it was much easier in Tri. In this game, I think the second Devil Joe is there from the beginning. Whereas in Tri, the second Devil Joe appeared after like 3 to 5 minutes. I think it was 3 minutes the second one would appear. Alright, you don't have Hallowed? Okay. There's also an event one, but we don't need to do the event one. There's no reason to do the event one because Ghostly Quartz is very easy to get anyway. If you want Ghostly Quartz, just go and... oh, how does Dark Soul know about it? He already had a fire weapon ready to go. Maybe... unless... unless... Hahaha. I think Dark Soul is watching on Twitch. And I think he followed me a while ago, because I recognized the name as far as someone following me a while ago, or 4 days ago to be exact, on Twitch, named Dark Soul, and I thought, you never know, it could be the same person, but I thought in my head, probably not, because, you know, naming yourself Dark Soul isn't so unique that you'd expect that, but given that he already had the weapon ready to go, he's probably watching on Twitch. No, Potato, that was actually the capture quest for Devil Joe that was HR 46 requirement as opposed to 51. So if you remember, a lot of people's first Devil Joe experience was that event quest because they would be able to hunt him prior to unlocking him normally in the high rank. That was to make the Lion's Bane, and Lion's Bane fucking sucked. I hate that fucking weapon. Those of you who have watched my recordings for a long time will know that I've got... Congrats, you figured it out. I don't mean to shit-talk you about your use of Giganox's longsword, but, yeah, that was a bit odd. Anyway, yeah, the Lion's Bane fucking sucked. That greatsword was woeful. Absolutely hated that thing. Absolutely hated it. And the main reason why was because you got a much cooler looking weapon in the Japanese version called the True Cutter Sword. And I came to realize that when I was watching the channel of Mr. Bobo. There was a guy on YouTube back when Tri was brand new, and even before it came out in English. There was a guy called Mr. Bobo, and he did the vast majority of the weapon screenshots for the Monster Hunter Wiki. So you'll recognize them because they say Bobo in the corner. I don't know why he decided that it would be appropriate to... You know why I didn't shield there? Because I didn't want to lose my sharpness, so I guess I would rather lose health and get thrown off the boat than lose sharpness on my fucking greatsword. Anyway. But yeah, I don't know why he thought taking the screenshots was worth putting Bobo in the fucking corner like it's his work. It technically does take a little bit of time to do that, but to go so far as to put your name in the corner, that's a bit much. Make sure you're mining, Vernon, and there's also a mining point on the head that has the best chance. Oh dear, why did... That was very strange, you just didn't want to... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Why am I taking so many hits from this monster? Yeah, in Tri they had all the Pirate J stuff as well. Fortunately, I'm able to do, or rather have Pirate J stuff in Portable Third, because of course that's Japanese only. But even in this game there are some cool event weapons in the Japanese version that aren't present here in the version that I'm playing. Not as many as Tri, but yeah. I did like the Sinister Saints in Tri though. Sinister Saints is also in this game, you know, but it's, unfortunately, high rank only. They didn't even do Sinister Saints the service of upgrading it to G rank level. They just kept it as high rank. It's a real shame, because that was a cool weapon. I was wanting to have that be my Fire Awakened Switch Axe. I was actually going through the list of weapons and I was like, I wonder if Sinister Saints is in this game. I think I'm about to be thrown off, I better move. But yeah, I was, looking for Sinister Saints, and I found it and I was excited, and then I realized that it wouldn't be viable as my Fire Awakened Switch Axe because they just left it in the dust. There are a few weapons in this game that just don't upgrade to G rank. Imagine you work on a weapon just expecting it to reach G rank level in the future, and then it doesn't reach G rank level at all. It would be kind of awkward and just generally terrible. But, yeah. What was that? Wasn't he... Oh, he was slamming the boat. I thought he was jumping over the boat. That's funny. I misread what happened there. I thought I saw him jumping over the boat. I think part of the reason why is because my TV's so low in volume. So I just didn't hear the difference in the sound. What? You're back on that side again. Guess I'm not used to Halogen and his movements. Oh, and also Tenebra D is also in this game, which was the Tessaiga, the blade from Inuyasha in the Japanese version. But Tessaiga, or excuse me, Tenebra, is in this game as well, upgrading from low rank to high rank, but they don't take it to G rank. I believe that's Ice Awaken for the longsword. And I used that in Tri, because it was a cool looking weapon. It was really cool. It would be sheathed in this really cool sheath, and then it would, the width of the blade would expand greatly, and it would be really cool looking. Really cool looking. But unfortunately, they just left it at high rank again in this game. That's one problem that I have with 3 Ultimate, I'll tell you. They did the event weapons of Tri a disservice by not allowing them to be viable in the end game of the G-rank version. And what that comes down to is laziness. And it's a real shame. It's a real shame. Oh well. I'm gonna head down to the back of the monster and break that other crack. I'm gonna stick my sword in his crack. Put that on a shirt. I've talked about it before, but I believe the slam charge of the greatsword was broken in Tri. I don't think it actually did more damage. I think it did less damage somehow. And I think I was testing it on Gen Moran back then. Because what I was doing, I was hunting Gen Moran so much in those days that I was actually counting the number of hits it took to break the breakable spine portion. And it actually took more hits doing slam charges than regular charges, and I tried it like 2 or 3 times, because, you know, unless it's repeatable, it's not really proven, but yeah, it always took more charges when I was doing slam charges. I never really looked at motion values for Tri, but at the very least it seemed broken. You would think that the slam charge by design would do more damage, but it seemed as if it didn't. But I can only assume that they fixed that, which is why I do the slam charge here in 3 Ultimate, but it might be better DPS-wise to not bother. So I'm just going to do this. But even if it wasn't, if the slam charge wasn't fixed in this game, it must have been fixed by 4th generation, I would have to imagine. I would have to imagine. Trying to get him on the mouth here. Okay. That'll do me. Try to hit this tusk. Ah, there we go. So, I think we do have a lot of white here. Yeah, that white sharpness is pretty much not going to be depleted at all. Yeah, he is heading over there. I'll Dragonate for a change. The timing is not really special or anything like that. I'll try to get maximum damage, like so. No, that's actually bad damage. But even then, I think that's still just a fucking... it's like an urban legend. Because back in Tri, people were going on about how the damage was better depending on the timing, but I don't know if it was. Like, the closer he was to the bow, the more damage would be dealt, but... You can't actually jump on the back here in regular gen. Or, excuse me, in Halo gen, that is. That's only in regular gen. Even after this slam, he will appear on that side, but he won't be able to jump onto his back. He appears a little further away. I kind of wanted you to jump there, Dark Soul. That would have been really funny. That would have been like a highlight. 110%. Unfortunately, Fernan's the only one dealing damage here, although I'm not sure how Slime really works with Gen. I guess it works, but I've never tried it. Always gone Element, that's annoying. I thought he would give me an opportunity to hit his arm for a little longer than that. Yeah, that's what I think as well, Potato. It's just, back in Try, people would give you shit if, like the timing that I got that time, back in Try, people would have given me shit for that. But I agree, I'm pretty sure the Dragonator damage is the same no matter what. So it was just kind of an urban legend of sorts. And I think there was also one, I say I think there was also one because I don't think this was ever substantiated, but people always said that you would get a lower chance of getting Sky Piercers if you used the wall in the Elatrion hunt. Now, again, that was never substantiated. I don't know if that's true. But I'll tell you what, everyone in Try believed it. At least everyone in the endgame. No one ever used the wall. At least, you know, if you used the wall, you basically agreed that you didn't want... you agreed as a team that, okay, none of us want Sky Piercers, so let's use the wall. But, yeah. The problem is, it was so hard to get Sky Piercers in that game that you could easily convince yourself that it actually reduced the chances. Easily. The lower the chance of it, the easier it is to convince yourself of these sorts of things. But yeah, that was another old wives' tale of sorts, back in Try. Wonder if there were any others. Oh yeah, in Try people really did think that if you changed the number of participants in the quest would scale to the number of participants that you set the quest to. But in actual fact that didn't change anything, it was always scaled to 4 players. So like, let's say for example you wanted to hunt with 2 people, if you set the limit of hunters in that quest that you've posted to 2 people, people really did think that you would have a quest scaled to 2 people. But it's not true. So a lot of people just, I mean, and it's cool, I loved that that was a thing in Try. People theorizing as to how the game worked. And it actually becoming like a widely accepted fact. I think that's really cool because, you know, it's sort of a different environment. It's everyone just exploring and wondering, and you don't really get that with Monster Hunter anymore. Yeah, those were the Try days. I bet there's others as well that I've since forgotten. Maybe they'll come back to me. But those are the main ones that I can think of. Oh shit, do we have it gone? Well, we certainly do, and Vernon's on it. Should be able to get another level 3. Very good. Don't think we're going to be breaking any tusks today, though. I think we'd need some more religious ballista shooting of the tusks to break them. Hope you don't need them, Vernon, but I think you can just get them from calves anyway. Oh, I think there was also a... this one was sort of stamped out pretty quickly because it made no sense to me. But some people were saying that if you carved the mouth of the Gen Moran, it actually did damage to him, and I was like, no, that doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me at all, so I always used to complain whenever a person in Try would carve the mouth of the Gen Moran. Because I said to them, you do realise that you really don't need those extra carves, and you'd be much better off just doing heavy damage in the mouth. I wouldn't go so far as to, like, insult them. I did when they would just sit on the boat during the whole hunt. And never physically attack the monster, but... yeah, for carving the mouth, I wasn't too upset about that. Wasn't too aggressive. Let's see if I can get this hit in. Have to shield this because I do not have high-grade earplugs. So yeah, as well, I think I did mention this in the... Yeah, I did mention this in the previous video, but I always aim for this arm first because it is the one that is furthest ahead. You can actually hit this one at the very beginning of the hunt, whereas the other one you can't. Very good. That was quick. That's a good sign. And I think it's okay to attack him without worrying about killing him out of the calm zone. I don't think he's that weak. I mean, he could be. Admittedly, it's not the event one, so maybe it would be fine. Yeah, not the lamb thing again. If Jen does fall over, I'll attack one of his tusks instead of his mouth, but that might not be helpful. I remember in Try, Purple Sharpness just hit straight through the tusks, didn't even bounce. I think it's still the same in this game, but maybe not for Hallowed Gen, maybe only for regular Gen. I'm not too sure. I do honestly prefer the design of Gen Moran to Darren Moran. I like the two tusks more, but I do also really like Darren Moran's design. Particularly in that he spins. When he jumps over the boat, he spins. When he comes out of the sand, he spins. That's really cool. Because they're sort of making him look like a drill monster. You know, he's got this big single horn, like his whole head is this giant drill, and he sort of drills his way out of the sand, and it looks really nice. I think that's nice. He's got an issue? Yeah, he's being a fucking asshole. It's not like a glitch, it's just occasionally monsters really do have an AI. An AI confusion. I'd honestly be able to hit the tusks here. What do you want, man? I don't think it's where we are positioned. This is something that I've never actually known. I think maybe if you are far enough away from him, he will be more prompted to actually advance. I hadn't really thought about that, but if everyone were at the boat, for example, I don't think he would attack like this, because there would be nothing to attack, so he would just advance forward. That's what I think. The reason why I don't know for sure is because I've never been on a team where everyone was just sitting on the boat. But it would stand to reason, wouldn't it? So if we are having legitimate issues... Fuck off, Heather. If we were having legitimate... Anyway, Heather joined and then left. Oh, actually... No, we all did say hello, but Heather decided not to wait. You know, the longer you fucking wait, the more you should stay, because you've just wasted 15 minutes sitting here waiting for us when, you know... The longer you wait... Oh, it's Tavo's show. You know what? We probably traded Heather for a better hunter. Oh dear. Yeah, let's just head to the boat. This is ridiculous. To be completely honest, I haven't seen this before, where he's just refusing to advance. He could actually be having a problem. Is he... Oh, he's advancing. See? We're all at the boat now, so he wants to advance. Let's let him advance kind of far, because at this rate, I'm really not sure. Oh, I can barely see what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't want him to get stuck like that again. Shit, he advances far, quickly. Alright. I'm going back in. We definitely don't have to worry about killing him outside of the calm zone now. Oh dear. To shield this. With this much white sharpness, I don't really have to worry about losing it. Shit! Well, that's lovely when he does that. That means he's going into a roar, I believe. Oh no, he's doing the... Shit. You'll have to gong or something, Vernon. I don't know if he's close enough for the Dragonator, but you can do it if you want. Tavo Show doesn't want to wait either, apparently. Well, I think it was close enough to hit him there. Just on the tip. You would have a better vantage point of that than me. See if his leg just suddenly moving. Again? Shit. Burden's heading for the gong. Because, as I understand it, that is the most damaging attack. Oh! That's really funny. That looked like the gong killed him. The sound of the gong killed the gem. That was very funny timing. Nice work. Got an Earth Dragon's Fire. Very nice. No need to do the... 2?! I just got 2 Earth Dragon's Fires. I was about to say, there's no reason to do... No fucking way. 3 Earth Dragon's Fires. Consecutively. What the fuck? That's unbelievable. I can't even finish what I'm saying. I was going to say there's no reason to do the fucking event quest, because apparently I'm being showered with Earth Dragon's Fires. That's insane. I've never had that happen. Wow. Really, what are the chances of getting 3 back to back? It's crazy. Like, this is an Earth Dragon gem. This is Earth Dragon's Fire. Wow. I guess the AI malfunctioning, actually, ended up being a good thing. Don't tell me that's a 4th. Okay, good. Well, maybe not good. Maybe that would have been incredible to get 4. But no, this is a dragon gem. Anyway, that's still pretty crazy. I should play the lottery today. I think that would be, would be the reverse. I think I've used up all of my luck today. That's fucking crazy, man. That's the funny thing, you know, I'd like that sort of luck with something that I'm really going to get use out of, but 3 Earth Dragon's Fires? Not really. I don't have a need for those. I've got 18 of them now. Great. Good fun. Oh well. Can't complain too much. Actually, I haven't been checking my webcam view at all. Everything seems alright though. Oh. Getting slight chroma key problems. Very slight. That should fix it up. Okay. But yes, I was right. You can carve the fangs, like the deific fangs, which is what you get when you break the tusks, but it seems the different carve zones do give you different carves. So if you carve the mouth after death, and probably even during life, you can get tusks, so that works. Who have we got? Delaza, or is it Diaze? It's Diaze. Saw him before. He is also a high hunter rank, which is good. We can do as much hunter rank 8 stuff as we want. What Monster Hunter games have I not played much of so far, besides First Generation and Freedom Unite on iOS? Well, Freedom Unite on iOS isn't a different game, it's just on a different platform. What game have I not played much of? I've played all of them a lot, except what you just mentioned. The only games that I haven't played a lot of are Monster Hunter 1, Monster Hunter G, and Monster Hunter Freedom. That's it. I've played all the others. A decent amount. I mean, maybe you could argue that I haven't played much of World, because I only did 350 hours of that, but yeah, that's all I can say. Outside of that, I've played all of them. Played lots of, well, technically I haven't played Freedom 2. But why would you, you know? If you can play Freedom Unite, why would you play Freedom 2? So, I guess, strictly speaking, I haven't played much, if any, of Freedom 2, so... Freedom 2 was the newest Monster Hunter game that was out when I first got into Monster Hunter, but I didn't actually get a game until Freedom Unite released. Devil Joe. And you know what? I'm going to use Greatsword again. And I'm going to kill him with his own fucking sword. Which was always fun to do. Back in Try. Nero's Anguish. Still a decent weapon. Still a decent weapon, but they changed it in this game in that they made the Devil Joe Greatsword Awaken only. I don't think they did that in Portable 3rd, I think, because again, Awaken wasn't in Portable 3rd. So, to my understanding, you could just have Dragon innately on the Greatsword, just as you did in Try back in Portable 3rd, but in this game they made it Awaken, which is fine, honestly. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. Well, that's correct. 350 hours was enough in World for me to realise that I absolutely fucking hated it, and that it was an embarrassment to the series. So, yes, I do agree. Oh, you've got the Epitaph Blade. I also have the Epitaph Blade in this game, but I generally don't use it because I can't help but compare it to the Elatrion Greatsword, which ends up being better in every way. But I suppose I should use the Epitaph Blade for fun. I also used it in Try for fun every now and again. I really want to get it in 1st gen, actually. It's not that great of a greatsword in 1st gen. In 1st gen, it's just a raw weapon. But, yeah. Hopefully I can get it at some point. We've got a good team together for this quest. I don't think Devil Joe is going to last very long at all. The 3 Devil Joe quests of Try, well, technically 4 of them. One of them was an event, but the 3 main ones were Bedevil a Devil Joe, which was Tundra, Deep Six a Devil Joe, which is also in this game, which was in the desert, and Into the Inferno, which was a volcano area Devil Joe. And they were all Hunter Rank 51 requirement. That strange system with Hunter Ranks was technically not first originated in Try. It actually was based on the Hunter Rank system of Monster Hunter G. Monster Hunter G was the same, where you had all of these different... like, you had multiple Hunter Ranks within a quest star level, that sort of thing. I don't know if that makes sense, what I just said. But what I mean to say is that if you know how the Try Hunter Ranks worked, it was the same in G. Not exactly the same. I think the highest might have been in the 40s in G. And then, I don't believe there was a Hunter Rank break. Try was the first game, to my understanding, to have a Hunter Rank break where you could go to Hunter Rank 999. But yeah, Monster Hunter G, I would really like to play more of that. Well, some of that. I technically haven't played G. I've played 1 and Freedom, but not G. G is good fun. It's the hardest of all the Monster Hunter games by a significant margin. Doing a slam charge here rather riskily. I would never say riskily because that's not a fucking word. In a rather risky manner, we will say. Just do a level 1 there. No, don't like it when he does that. Got a sleep meat on the ground. Is he eating it? Better ping just in case. Just in case. Let's bomb that face. If no one else has bombs, then I will detonate. Because the damage from my greatsword charge is going to be better than the wake-up damage of a single bomb. And it is calculated as a single hit. You can't get the damage of all bombs for the wake-up. In other words, you're not going to get double or triple damage, whatever it is, for all bombs. It's only for one. As you can see, I settle for lower charge levels if I know I'm not going to be able to get the level 3 off. And that's the way you do Greatsword. That's like the biggest learning curve for Greatsword. It's learning when to go for the level 3. Because if you're always going for level 3 charges no matter what, and you end up missing half of them, you're not doing much damage because your DPS is in the toilet. If your DPS is shit, doesn't matter if every time you hit the monster it's a level 3, because you end up missing so many that it doesn't matter. What you really want is DPS. And if you can get away with a level 3, then you're good. So in this case, obviously I can get away with it. And I'll be able to go. Oh, I don't know if that was Dark Soul or me who cut that tail, because I did an attack on that as well that may very well have dealt damage in a lag compensation manner, but yeah, that was very good. If that was my tail cut, that was one of the cleanest fucking maneuvers I've ever done with a Double J. Because that was a leg knockdown with a follow-up tail cut during the knockdown animation. So it would have been very cool. It's a nasty time for you to do a foot slam Double J. Yeah, Devil Joe was terrifying in Tri. They did him perfectly. Anyone who didn't play Tri doesn't really understand Devil Joe. That's why every Tri player will, without a doubt, always have Devil Joe in their top 3 favourites, because, as far as monsters go, because he really was just such an incredible presence in that game. Oh, stop it with the fucking foot slam. Don't know why we're doing another shock trap, but fine. Better heal up. It is so nice to have Rocksteady be so reliable in this game. Again, it's 10 points for a skill that can resist basically all roars in the game, except for, from what I can see, Gen Moran, and that might be it. Maybe Gen Moran and C. Davis. Because you can resist Giganox Roar and Alatreon Roar with Rocksteady. Same with Devil Joe, so yeah, high-grade earplugs really is not that necessary. There goes Vernon because of that nasty foot slam there. There we go. Sometimes he does a tail swing when he has been flashed. He's doing it now, but I would have saved a trap for this, but people have already been trapping willy-nilly. If you notice, the Double Joe Greatsword does expand as it charges. I'm sure it's still in this game as well, but in Tri, the chains would actually make a jingling noise as the sword expanded, which is the kind of attention to detail that you expect with traditional Monster Hunter. In games like World, they completely walked away from that attention to detail in favour of, I don't know, focusing on other things. Yeah, a lot of people's first Joe experience was in a high-rank Kurapeko quest. I mean, that was... I think, the best situation is when Kurapeko calls Devil Joe and he digs out of the fucking ground. That is some scary shit. Really scary shit. There you go, that's a knockdown. Should be able to get a level 3 on the stomach here. I'm positioning myself a little further away just in case he stands up. He didn't stand up, but I would have been in position even had he stood up there. Well, that's another knockdown. Very nice. Poor Devil Joe, he's having a bad time. Very nice. Alrighty. I'll have to go back and carve that tail, actually. Because you never know, I might need Double Joe stuff. Oh, there's a crook. Maybe I should fucking try to win the lottery today. I'm almost expecting a crook from the tail carve as well. And maybe even a third one in the rewards. Can we do it? It's probably my 10th crook or something like that. Looks like Dark Soul forgot the tail as well. Well, Dark Soul, I do record Demon Souls every now and again. I'm an original Souls player. I started playing Demon Souls back before it came out in English officially in the US, and I've been playing all the Souls games since. So every now and again I do record Souls, so stick around for that, I guess. I'm advertising. Okay. I really don't need all these Conqueror seals, but here I am. Arr, arr, arr. That was not funny, doing it. Yeah, massive demonic pickle. So I guess Stygian is next? Probably. I feel like I'm a little too far in the corner there. I'm trying to shift myself slightly. Alrighty. That's my 5th crook, actually. I was going a bit far by saying that was my 10th. I only had 4. Oh well. I only have 4 crooks. It's not enough. Should be just enough, actually, now that I have 5 to make basically all the Deviljho weapons I want. I think I have the Greatsword, the Longsword, and the Lance. I still don't know why I have the Lance. I don't know what possessed me to fucking craft that, but I really should have made the dual blades, because I've determined them to be the best dragon dual blades of the game, because you really don't have many choices. Anyway, I don't think I have an Awaken Ice Greatsword, do I? Don't think so. I need to look at my text file for that. Right, the Devastator Blade. I need to check how to make that. Wasn't I... Oh, that's right, I needed Pelagisite ore for that, because I need to upgrade the Buster Sword. So... then I'll probably, once I've, you know, used all the stuff that... or rather, upgraded through the stuff that requires Pelagisite, I will probably at that point have everything I need to fully upgrade that into my Awaken Ice weapon. No, it's Thunder, you dickhead! Why do I keep thinking that Stygian is weak to ice? Am I stupid? Well, at least I fucking remembered before bringing an ice weapon into the quest, with no one questioning my use of an ice weapon, thus resulting in, like, no damage dealt on my part. Okay. So there is no Thunder Awaken weapon. One thing to take note of with Awaken weapons is that there will not always be an Awaken element or status for every weapon type. So, yeah, it's kind of annoying, but there is no Awaken Thunder. I'm seeing if I have anything that's Awaken Thunder. I don't think I do. No. There aren't many Awaken Thunder weapons, actually. I wonder if I can make Gaia Horizon. That would be interesting, although I don't really want to go hammer against a Stygian Zenogre. I think I can make the Gaia Horizon, though. That should be fairly easy. Do I have... Flint. Oh, isn't this so try? Look at that. Is that not the most try-looking weapon you've ever seen? The Plume Flint. Oh dear. Same with Numbing Bird and Red Bludgeon. The Pekko Electro is obviously unique to Portable Third and Try, but no, Portable Third and 3 Ultimate. Potato says, damn, the stream quality is better here. Who would have thought? Why do you think I'm streaming on Twitch? For fun? Well, I guess it is for the potential of finding more of an audience, but you know. Let's try to make that hammer. If I really can't, then that's alright. So it's Gaiasp, and look at that. It needs fucking Pelagisite ore that I don't have. Because, you know, you can only really get that by mining. And I just don't mind. At least not anymore, so... alright. Thunder. Wait, that's ice again! No, it starts off as ice and then it becomes thunder, apparently. Anyway... What would I like to use? Longsword. We'll just go longsword. We'll go honed blade with... Nether longsword. Nether deliminative. I believe this was the first nether weapon that I made. It actually wasn't the sword and shield, surprisingly. I believe it was this. Sorry for keeping you waiting, guys. If it's any consolation, I think I've already eaten... No, I haven't. Never mind. Alrighty. Potato's like, how did you know he's a Souls fan? I don't know, I've got some pretty strong instincts. My intuition is something to be reckoned with. Okay. Let's go and get our bombs back. And that should do. I mean, maybe just for the sake of it, I will go and purchase these drinks. For good measure. And top up our antidotes as well. Let's get moving. Hopefully Diaza is not actually AFK. He is not. What's he using? What is that? I see it's a longsword, but I'm seeing like this green snake skin looking scabbard. Wonder what that is. Maybe it's... No, it couldn't be Green Nagakuga longsword. That doesn't sound right. It would look different to that. Like the scabbard would be different. Anyway. You know, I always get fucking assaulted by Bullfangor when I spawn in this area. It's absolutely ridiculous. It happens every time. And quite frankly, I'm sick of it. I'll paintball you. Whoop. Aim for that face. It's always more dangerous to attack a Stygian when he's charging up, for that reason. At least I have nullberries, although I think I only... Oh no, I do have a decent number. I may have mentioned this before, but somehow they made Stygian easier than the regular Zinogre in World. Well, that is strange. Who threw that flash bomb? I can think of a few places to flash a Zinogre, and that would not be one of them. I think it was Dark Soul. Anyway. I'm just worried about getting thrown into the other area, but... We do have a trap down. Seems like a strange time for a trap as well, but whatever. Won't question it too much. Oh, he's getting in the trap. There we go. Spirit combo the face. For heavy damage. What is Diaza using? What is that? He's flinching me, so I wasn't able to actually attack out of that. What is that longsword? Is that Thunderclap? It looks like Thunderclap. It is. Look at it. It's Thunderclap. Are you pulling my... leg? What is Thunderclap? That is literally an unupgraded version of this longsword. I'm not saying it's literally Thunderclap, I just call it that. It's basically the laggy longsword. But this is Abyssal laggy longsword. Like, that's like... Maybe it just has a really similar design to the Gearcrest longsword. Lagiacrest. But, it is. Look, it's Thunderclap. It's probably the high rank. I don't know. That's weird. That's fucking weird shit, man. Because I'm assuming it would, if you didn't have it upgrade into Abyssal, it would upgrade it into Ivory, which tells me that it's basically unupgraded. Life is treating me well, Chubby. Good to see you. I'm glad you can finally join. Because I've been recording a lot of Monster Hunter lately, and I know you watch me for Monster Hunter and you just haven't been tuning in, and it's not because I take issue with you not tuning in, it's just I understand that it would be a real shame. Oh, I should have just let him open it up. Oh well. But yeah, it's more like feeling bad for you, because for a while there I wasn't doing too much Monster Hunter. And now that I'm finally doing it, you're just not around. Oh well. Oh yeah, Popo, not a Popo. It is a Popo, but it is not an Apopo, if you know what I mean. This is a tiny Xeno. Look at him, he's a baby. Little baby. I mean, he's not that small, but it's generally safe to attack the tail while he's doing this. Oh, apparently not, because I just saw a dragon strike right on the tail, so that would not have been safe at all. I mean, seriously, I didn't mean to roll straight forwards, and I didn't even... That was not my input on the controller, but apparently the controller says, "No, you rolled straight into that, Doomlink, nice work." The controller even said, "Nice work." Don't you fucking hit me. Oh, if you tune in for the VODs, then that's cool. That's all good. I'm just hoping that you didn't disappear or anything. Being busy is certainly a thing. Oh. Getting fucking eye damage as we speak, but that's alright. Let's aim for that. That face. Oh my... Who was behind that business? What even was that? That looked like the... Looked like we were being... It looked like someone had shot cluster shot. And we all got thrown away. That was weird. That was not the best positioned flash bomb I've ever seen. Oh dear. Get that tail. Keep away from those fucking orbs. Because those orbs are not fun. His tail must be very close to being cut. Oh, he's limping already, is he? Let's actually let him go to the secret area. I mean, I don't necessarily need anything from the secret area, but I would say Vernon does. I think he would get a lot of use out of Dragonbone artifacts, so... I'm not going to tell them to let him, or at least not tell Diaza to do it, because you'd hope he'd understand why I apologized for killing him before. Oh, looks like no one gives a flying fuck. Let him go to the secret area. I mean, really, I should have let the first one do it, to be completely honest. I don't know why I didn't. I'm not really impressed about that. He will limp fairly soon. And then we can aim for that tail and probably cut it. I'm assuming he'll limp while being enraged. He should. How long am I going to be on for? Probably another hour or two. Well, Vernon. Diaza is less than impressed, but you know what? I was doing that for Vernon, really, but that is what it is. Do I want the bug? I don't need the dragon here. I think I've got a stack of 99 of those. Same with Cortex. I guess I'm just carving for mantles at this point. Thing is, like, I would have liked to have cut the fucking tail. We could have cut the tail and gotten... No, I'm saying artifacts, not relics. You have 30 plus Dragonbone. Oh, that's true. Because that's right, I'd forgotten about that. You were doing secret area mining. So of course you'd have Dragonbone artifacts by gathering at the bone areas. That makes sense. Well, That's quite alright. You haven't played Monster Hunter in over 2 months, Chubby? Well, I also take breaks. At times. You have to. So yeah, stack of 99 of those, and oh, I didn't have 99 dragon hair. But it's not really a big deal either way. Whoa. Is that? No, that's 2, yeah. Well, I'm happy to take 2 true armor spheres, that's pretty cool. Okay. We can sell all that. Goody. No, you're wrong, Vernon. They are definitely in the game. Dragonbone artifacts first appeared in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, and I will show you in my box. Dragonbone artifacts are a thing. Hold on, let me put some of this stuff away. Yeah, they first appeared in 3 Ultimate. Wherever they are. Oh, maybe you're right. Yeah, I guess you are right. That's very strange. I seem to have a memory. Like an actual memory of getting Dragonbone artifacts in this game, I guess. They did not first appear in 3 Ultimate. That's very strange. Well, sorry about that. I really did have a memory of that, and I guess it was a false memory. There you go. I guess it was Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Strange. It would stand to reason that you'd have a G-rank version of that, wouldn't it? Oh well. Well, Chubby, I don't really have too much faith in Rise being a game that I'm going to enjoy. Will it be better than World? Without a doubt. Am I going to like it? Don't know. I don't really want to talk about it, but yeah, I'm not feeling great about it either way. I was feeling pretty good when I was playing the demo, but as I said while playing the demo, this doesn't really necessarily mean that the full game is going to be good, because there might be aspects present in the full game that will make or break it for me. And it's starting to look like there are some aspects of the full game that are going to break it for me, so yeah, we will see. Oh. Well, thank you, Vernon, because it looks like I'm going to be able to get some Pelagisite ore. Oh, here we go again, Potato. I'm not being bloody sarcastic. I'm like the one guy on planet Earth who is not excited about Rise and plays Monster Hunter, and I guess Chubby likes that. Because he says, haha, I've missed you, Doom. Yeah, well, I don't ask to be so pessimistic, but I really don't think... Like, when I heard the SOS system was coming back, when I heard that skill systems were coming... Like, the same skills of World were coming back, I was just like... Fuck that shit, man. I mean, that's literally one of the things that I hated most about World. It was the stupid skill system that was evidently designed for children that might have neurological problems, I don't know, but that's what it seemed like. And because the implication of the skill system changing in the way that it did is that the current skill system here is too complicated, and it's fucking not. Like, it's really simple stuff. 10 skill points gives you the skill, and then you can go in increments of 5, and lo and behold, in certain cases you can get even higher level skills. What is complicated about that? It's fucking not. I think Capcom are too willing to simplify things for simple-minded people. And I say, fuck those people. The more you cater to the simple-minded, the more the game's going to be a reflection of the simple-minded. In other words, it's going to get worse. It's not like a fucking theory, it's a demonstrated fact. Okay, what am I using? It doesn't matter, let's just use this. What am I doing with myself? Well, then again, Vernon's going AFK for 2 minutes, so I guess I can go dual blades. Nether Confidence, because again, Gobul's primary weakness is thunder, and I mean, this isn't even going to be a hunt. By the time I've mined my Pelagisite ore, he will be dead. So, yeah, Which is a shame for those who haven't really seen Gobul, but yeah, it's not going to be much of a hunt. The switch axe that Dark Soul is using, I do plan to actually make. I believe it's a poison switch axe, it's quite good. Nah, he loves World, it's his favourite game, up there with Breath of the Wild. End me. End me. Alright, it's mine. I usually bring pickaxes in this game, I don't know why, but yeah, I didn't have to specially bring them. I've got them on hand. Feels good to start in the flooded forest in the camp with everyone. It's a nice feeling. They're probably going to be wondering why I'm heading through this area. They'll probably be like, is he looking for Gobul? He never starts there, and the reality is that I'm aware that I'm looking for Pelagisite. And I should be able to get plenty. Well, I won't be able to get literally everything that I need. I'll be able to get enough to make that Buster Sword, but not enough for that hammer. And even then, that probably won't be the end of it. Looking on both sides for mining areas. Yeah, probably just one in this area, that's fine. I'll let them fish out Gobul if they're doing that. I don't want to prevent them from doing that. Oh, yep. That was just done. This Gobul flopping. Well, I don't think it sounds like that. That's my attempt at making a Gobul noise. Hello, Ristretto. How have I been? Pretty good. I've been playing a lot of 3 Ultimate lately. A lot. Oh, Vernon's also mining. Well, they've probably gathered that we're mining at this point. Getting some real low-level drops here. Stones, armor spheres, like regular armor spheres. Can I not get that shit and instead get Pelagisite ore, please? This is some fucking garbage. I don't think there's a mining point on that side, probably not. Ugh. I'm not impressed. Hopefully there'll be 2 areas, or 2 nodes rather, in this area up here. But outside of that, that's all you can expect for. Well, there are other mining nodes in the flooded forest, but this is going to be the last place where I can actually get nodes that will yield Pelagisite ore. Do we have 2? I can see 1 there, but do we have 2? It's not looking hopeful. Mystery charm, oh my god. Yeah, I can get a rarity 1 talisman. Give it to me, please. Earth crystals are worth keeping. Stones can probably well, I'll keep stones. Objective complete. I'm kind of shocked it took that long, to be completely honest, but I'm glad because I need to mine. Iron ore. Okay. And then what? Do we have another mining area? Diaza says, good game. It's a low-rank monster. Christ. Anyway. Sometimes I feel like in Try there was one on this side, but yeah, I don't think it's here. It's not looking too good. Nope. So what was that? 3 mine nodes? 3 mining nodes? You having a bit of a munch in there, eh? I'm very hungry. I'm a fish. I did get some Pelagisite. I got 3, which might be enough. I actually forgot to check to see how much I needed for that Buster Sword, but it sounds like that might be just enough. If it's not enough, then I would need 4 as opposed to 3, so we will see. Yeah, grinding for decorations in World was complete fucking shit, and people were complaining about that long time ago. It was everyone's first complaint, honestly. Alrighty. Well, that was Gobul, everyone. Hope you enjoyed. You got to see him flopping around, that's good enough. That's all you get. I have fought him in recent recordings, just not in this one. Alright, let's put that away. all that business away, and hopefully we can get ourselves an ice greatsword. I have an ice greatsword, I just mean, you know, I'm getting an awakened one for fun. What do we got? So yes, I do have enough. I didn't realize that I needed so little. That's good to see. Okay, make that. And then we are continuing with the Ravager Blade. With this design, we will take it all the way to G rank. It will become red, I believe. And here's hoping we have everything we need. I have a feeling we will. It's looking pretty hopeful. Or Diablo's Marrow. I hope we're not going to need Diablo's stuff later on, because I probably don't have too much of it. Lacerator Blade. And there we go, Devastator Blade. I think that's the one. That's the full upgrade. Alright. Again, it's really nice to upgrade stuff and just make weapons and armor in a game that you've played a lot of, because you've got a lot of stuff. And for the most part, you actually don't really need to gather materials to make the stuff that you want to make. So, Awakened Greatsword with the Devastator Blade. There you are. It's nice and red. You can see that the little blades aren't extended, so it doesn't look as nice when it's sheathed, but still. Or on your back, doesn't really make sense to say sheathed in this case, does it? But yeah, those are some really good stats. 1,200 inflated raw, 410 inflated element, 2 slots, and bloody decent sharpness with sharpness +1, so I really like that. You know what's funny? That ends up being better than my regular Ice Greatsword, I think. So if I can try to keep those stats in mind. Let's look at this and equip my Paladire. Yeah, that is considerably better than my Paladire. Isn't that funny? Because I can't upgrade this thing further. This thing tops out at Rarity 8. So, yeah, unfortunately, this ends up being considerably worse. Yes, it has 20% affinity, but fuck that. 20% affinity? I don't want that. No! I don't want that. But, yeah. Weapon designs were obviously an immediate complaint, and a very necessary one. Oh, we're doing more Gobul. Okay. Oops. I will come and join now. Let me just get myself... So what, this is going to be 3 G rank Gobul, I can assume? I will bring... something. Thanks, Doomlink. Again, I don't have anything Lightning Awakened, so I'll bring fucking... Oh, I can go... Here we go. Great idea, Doomlink. Great fucking idea. Let's show off our new Thunder Gunlance. Lightning Blaze. Check out this fucking thing. Check him out on Twitch. Oh my god. Well, I would never advertise myself, but sure. Oh, never mind. Thought it was going to be 3 G rank Gobul. It is not. Alrighty. So this here is what I chose to make instead of the Nether Gunlance, for the reason that I actually don't like the design of the Nether Gunlance at all. Diaz is like, check me out on Twitch, lol. He's probably on Twitch as well, I mean, I wouldn't know. But, everyone's on Twitch these days. I can have, I can rest easy knowing that even if streaming never became big, I would have always been doing it, because, again, I started in the beginning days of the Let's Playing thing. Well, not really, I started towards the end of Let's Playing. I started in 2009, but I was present for the beginning of Let's Playing. You know, playing games while talking and putting it on YouTube. So, had it remained a niche, I would have always been part of it. But no, now everyone's just doing stuff on Twitch. For one reason or another. But I'd like to think you can see that I take it fairly seriously, even though I've got about enough viewers to fit in an elevator. You can see that it's not some fucking casual shit. So, I think we might have actually alerted that Gobul. If we didn't, no, it's looking like we didn't manage to do that, which is good. So, we can get a frog. Normally I would bring one, but it looks like Dark Soul's actually going to gather that. Hunts have indeed been going better today, Arexian. I'm pleased to say. I'm very pleased to say. I love this design. This Gunlance. It looks a bit... It's a bit over the top, isn't it? Colour-wise. I'd say it's maybe a little too bright, but it is... It's interesting, it's striking. I think it's very cool. And the best thing about it is that even though it has a nicer looking design than the Nether Gunlance, I'm not really foregoing much damage or effectiveness for this weapon design. It's pretty much just as good. So, yeah, it's easier to make in the sense that I don't have to get more abyssal dynamos. I've probably picked up so many fucking dynamos. Oh. Unfortunately, he is properly alert. If we're getting the red eye... Fucking nah, bro. Oh dear. It looks like we are going to have to fight him underwater. That's the real Gobul experience anyway. At least it's only a high rank. And yeah, this game looks amazing, Chubby. I'm quite excited to eventually emulate this once this community dies. I don't want this community to die, let me make that clear. But if it does, or when it does, I guess it has to eventually, doesn't it? Emulating this game is going to look really amazing. And I should be able to bring my save over, that shouldn't be an issue at all. Wow, I can't remember the last time I used Gunlance underwater. This feels very strange. It seems to operate largely the same. Gunlance underwater. If you think about it, there's only one game where you can do that. Because they... What are you doing, Gobul? He's backing into nothing. God, he's fucking scared. I frightened him with my Thunder Gunlance. I've never seen a Gobul back up that fucking far. That's really funny. He's afraid because he came from Tri where no one had gun lances. And here I am. He's absolutely mortified. Alright. I do like the mobility of this. Honestly, I'm starting to think I prefer Gunlance underwater than Lance. I just never tried Gunlance, I don't think. But Gunlance is actually about as directional and about as functional as Lance is, in the same way that it doesn't really lose its functionality underwater like some weapons do, such as Longsword. But it's actually got more mobility because of that advanced forward attack, which would stand to reason. So that's kind of making me think that maybe Gunlance is the way to go underwater, rather than Lance. I'm really liking this. Oh, I think he's limping out. You would hope so, given that we're a G-rank team and he's high rank. Is that even a limp? It's not even a limp. What the fuck is that? I'm actually depressed. Not really. Do I look depressed? I was depressed in the previous recording, I'll tell you that much. That was a hard recording, that previous one. I felt like I was beaten and broken. Oh dear. Just come on. I do the lazy way, or rather I break out of my stun the lazy way these days. I used to spin my left analog stick and then mash my other buttons, but nowadays I just rotate the analog sticks. Which is probably not as effective, to be honest, but it doesn't take as much effort, so... Yeah, I rotate the analog sticks on my PS4 controller when I play Generations Ultimate, and it makes zero noise. I can break out of stun super fast, and you don't even have to hear any button mashing, so... For recording, it's bloody good. And I've kept in that habit here, on the Classic Controller Pro. but unfortunately that creates a lot of noise because you've got those same grooves for the analog stick that you had with the Wii nunchuck and the GameCube analog stick and all of that. C-stick as well. It began with the GameCube controller, that's where those grooves started. But they left the grooves behind with the Wii U. This is a Wii controller, so it's just fully compatible with the Wii U. I've got my golden Skyward Sword Wii remote, and then I've got my original Monster Hunter Tri glossy Classic Controller Pro. This came with my, this very controller I've used to play 2,300 hours of Tri, and about, well, over 1,000 hours of this game. So this controller has really been through the ringer. And it's great. I'm glad that it's been with me all this time. This keyboard that I have sitting on my lap also was the keyboard that I used for the entirety of my Tri-Play. It's just a cheap Logitech USB keyboard that I bought one day when I realized that you could actually plug a keyboard into the Wii and type on Tri without any issue whatsoever. And I'll tell you what, the number of conversations that I had on Tri with this very keyboard, wow. What a history. It's incredible that I have the same keyboard and controller in my hands right now. All the nostalgia that I have in my mind when it comes to Tri, like that association. The tools that I have in my hand and lap right now, with the very tools that I use to experience all those memories that I think of. The memories that flood into my mind every time I think of Tri. Which is an amazing thought. And really, I could have very easily lost both of these things. I almost traded in my Wii with this thing. I did trade in my Wii at one point. My original Wii. With basically everything I had, even my Wii Zapper. But for some reason, this remained in a drawer. And I remember I got back home after trading in my Wii, and this was still sitting in the drawer, and I thought, oh, well, alright, it's fine. I remember thinking I was kind of disappointed that I hadn't traded it in for like an extra, I don't know, $10 or something. But, imagine that. That loss of sentimentality. Just for maybe an extra $10, if even. You need another Spike Plus? Okay. I really should be mining, although I think it would just be Bathosite. And I don't really need Bathosite, unfortunately. Please chop tail again, will do. And I think I'm going to stick with this weapon, to be completely honest. Because I am very happy with Gunlance underwater. It's very functional. Very functional. And I wasn't expecting that. I don't know why I wasn't expecting that. I guess I just didn't think about it. But yeah, it's really good. Bringing a frog. Very good. Yeah, regrettably I don't have a beverage today. Wish I did, but I don't. I guess starting tomorrow I'll probably just get another. Get some more port. Won't be able to get a bottle of rum again though. That's alright. But I'm just, I find it, I notice it, oh, I noticed it for the first time just before, but I'm used to having something that I can bring and then drink, but yeah, I don't have that on hand right now. Oh, usually the Nahabra don't fuck around with you while you're fishing. It can happen sometimes, but that might not have been what caused your problem. They won't, says Diaza. Yeah, I suppose he's going to kill the Nahabra. You have a protector. It was a Nahabra. Well, what I'm saying is that he might have seen you anyway. Like, fully seen you. That's how he becomes unable to be fished. He completely sees you. I guess... well, oh well. Maybe if you do get flinched at the wrong time, Gobul just stares at you, and then you can't fish him anymore. Dark Souls got the Shining Ishtar on hand. Oh. Which is a very good gun lance. I don't think I have it in this game. I might have eventually made it, but I don't think I actually ended up making it here. I made it in 4 Ultimate and Generations Ultimate, but I don't think I... No, I think I did, actually. I think I did make it in this game. I just remember for the first few years of playing, I just couldn't be bothered making it, but I knew it was very good. And then I think I eventually did make it here. Oh yes, I will kill these in a harbor. Don't worry about them, Vernon. Diazra and I will kill them. Oh, Dark Soul's also going. He has no regard for the fact that you're trying to fish him. Well, that works too, I guess. Wow, I actually managed to get a dead Nahabra without destroying the body. Who ended up fishing it? I guess you both did you? That's kind of fun. Oh, it looks like Vernon got it in the end. I don't really think bombs on the trap is really necessary. We're not lacking damage as far as killing the monster, we just need to aim for the tail and then we'll be good. Yeah, it's all about overkill, shit. Oh, is he going to be in a good position for the tail? I think so. I thought he was turning inside the wall, as in his tail would be inside the wall, but I don't think that's going to happen. Oh! I can't reach it, I apologise, but Dark Soul should have it taken care of. Well, now that we're fighting him on land, he's got no fucking chance, I'll tell you what. He's going to be limping out of this area, guaranteed. Tail is off. And hopefully we can get that lantern. Did you say you needed the lantern? Unfortunately, it's one of the most annoying things to break on a monster in the whole series, because it's this thing that just is out of reach. I guess if you have, like, a normal gun, it's not too bad, but even bow, it's kind of difficult. We could try to shock trap him. Look, I'll put him in another shock trap, and hopefully we can get that lantern. Because the lantern hangs down. Fuck me, Dark Soul. Seriously, man. Fuck me right in my asshole. I'm trying to put down a trap. Alrighty. Let's get that lantern. Oh, the lantern breaks just as he gets into the trap. Which is fine. It's still good damage. Yeah, I don't think I can really hit that thing. Yeah, even if you trap him, it's kind of hard to get to it. Nice work for the tail carve, or rather tail cut, and the lantern brick. Well, I'm glad the stream's looking good for you, Chubby. It looks a lot nicer on Twitch, but if you'd prefer to watch on YouTube, then you can. But during movement in particular, my webcam view gets very pixelated on YouTube. And unfortunately, that's still the case for the VOD, but doesn't seem to bother everyone, so I guess I shouldn't let it bother me. Unfortunately, they made it so that you can't actually hit the monster in this game after death. It's kind of a shame. Because then it feels like it's not really there. Not only can you just walk straight through it, you're also unable to physically make contact with it with your weapon after death, so I don't like it. Ooh. Alrighty. Well, didn't really want that shining charm, it's not really going to do anything for me. Oh yeah, I did actually start streaming on Twitch again, Chubby. That's why I'm reading comments that you probably can't see. Although that wouldn't be totally unusual on YouTube, because, quite frankly, the YouTube chat likes to fuck up a lot as well, and I think you were even having problems with that in the past. But, yeah, in this case, I'm actually reading Twitch comments, and I returned to Twitch because YouTube is just... I don't know, it's been weighing on me how bad YouTube is these days, so I've just decided to allow my VODs to suffer on YouTube, in the interest of at least going live on Twitch and maybe reaching a larger audience and just having nicer looking videos in general, at least on Twitch. So. Oh god. I do not have a Minecraft Twitch channel called Dink. That does not exist. Oh my god. I'm glad it doesn't exist, because if it did, then I would end up losing some of my dignity. Thanks for hunting Dark Soul. Hope you enjoyed yourself. But either way, I think... Wait, there was something else you were working on, wasn't there, though? There was another monster you mentioned. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Oh, you need a Lantern Plus. That's fucking miserable shit. I hope you realize how miserable that is, Vernon. That is some sad stuff. I'm sorry to hear you need that, but I probably don't have many either, to be honest. Can be obtained from G-Rank, but what are the chances? Oh, you need nibble snarf stuff. What I mean to say, Vernon, is, are the chances considerably higher in G-Rank or lower for Lantern Plus? Oh, 60% from high rank. Oh dear. I don't know, it's hard to say. That's weird. I was checking my Twitch playback and I made a really fucking weird face. I was like, oh. I try to avoid making weird faces. It's one thing that you don't realize until you go on camera, but it's kind of easy to make weird faces, you know. What was I going to do? I was going to check my Gobul lanterns to see what I had out of interest. Because, you know, I might need Gobul stuff in the future as well. Here we go. No. Okay, what have we got? We've got a single regular Gobul lantern. We've got 7 Gobul lantern plus. And somehow I have 15 Gobul beacons. What the fuck? How do I have 15 of those? I'd forgotten what the G-Rank one was called. Gobul beacon. A Gobul lantern of overpowering brightness. It's like a flash of lightning beneath the waves. Oh my god. Some guy wrote all of those, you know. Can I have some? I didn't mean to tantalize you in that way. I just mean... well, what I was trying to see was just out of interest how many I had, and I've got more than I thought, although a single Gobul lantern is a bit sad, isn't it? Oh, I'm getting a call. It's very important that I answer this. I'll be back in just a moment. Seems like it was some kind of, what do you call it? What are they called? I'm having a mental blank because that was a very strange call that I just received. It's a, scam. They basically... It was creepy, it was like a robot voice and it was... not nice at all. And what they said wasn't nice either. But, yeah, I'll probably follow that up with someone. I'll probably have to report that number, because there have been a few scams going around here in Australia. But that one was nasty. Anyway, what am I doing? We're doing more Gobul, I guess, so let's do that. No, it wasn't a call about a car accident that I wasn't in. They were... I suppose it wouldn't hurt to say. they called me and said that it was a call with a creepy male robot voice. It said words to the effect of, "This is the government service center. Your tax file number has been suspended and it has been filed under something like some crap, you know. Like I've done something wrong." Which of course I haven't. So there's no, you know, just a creepy scam call. And you know, if for some reason you believe it to be true, then they'll take you down some stupid line where you have to give them your personal information or some garbage like that. You know, it's just one of those kind of scams. But very unpleasant, mainly because of that male robotic voice. Very creepy. Anyway. Someone asking where I am. Anyway. Diaza does not like having me keep him waiting, and I apologize for that. There's a ton of those kind of scam calls in London. I've actually never received one like that. Most of them, it's just people trying to sell you something. Okay, we'll do this, shit. Bushido, here we go. Something quick and easy. Oh, Chubby is on Twitch. Enjoy better visual quality and lower latency. That's all I can tell you. I will eat, because even though it's a high rank monster, I can't help but eat. It's important for me to take that call, because I am expecting calls from unknown numbers at the moment. And frustratingly, there's a fucking scam. I think... yeah, I also really like the gun layout design for Nagakuga. I think I will probably at some point get the Lucent Nagakuga gun layouts. That's the secret area, but there's nothing that I really want. I like how do I have lander? No. But because I didn't jump off, I just dropped and did not even care about the fact that I fell. My character was just like, I'm just going to keep on walking, no problem at all. Lordzor doesn't sound like that. He's more like, I don't need to bend my knees when I fall, something like that. I don't really consider him to be a legitimate character. I don't have like a headcanon going on for him. Nothing like that. Although I do try to give him a consistent look. Because back in Try he had sort of squinty eyes and a scar. Just sort of like a hard warrior sort of look. But sort of youthful hair. I don't know. Like maybe remnants of him being a young man, but he's still a hardened warrior sort of thing. Oh, looks like Vernon's going fishing, that's alright. I don't believe that us attacking him is going to affect the fishing. That's always something that I wondered, but I really don't think it can happen. I believe you can still break the uvula in this game. I don't think it was just Portable Third. At the very least, in Portable Third you could actually break the uvula, although I don't know if that was a break reward. As in, I don't know if there was a specific drop for that. And here he goes again. I might fish him out this time, seeing as though I'm there faster. Right. I'm able to sheath my weapon a little bit faster. Sorry if that was a bit of ear rape for you. Fuck Nibble. Wow. I kind of like him. Although I did hear someone really violently shit-talking. I think it was my friend Sam. He was really violently shit-talking. But I actually kind of like him. Mainly because I thought he was a really interesting fight back in Portable Third. I guess it's more of a, you know, almost a nostalgic sort of attachment. Nostalgic in the sense that I can really think back to when Portable Third came out and how exciting it was to see all these new monsters in a game that was as modern as Try was at the time. Because you have to understand, Try was a real big step up from Freedom Unite graphically and in terms of animations, so it was exciting to see Portable Third come. Got some shinies around here. You just dislike him in Generations Ultimate. Yeah, I don't know, he's not really any different here. He doesn't do anything unique in Generations Ultimate compared to this game, and vice versa. It's basically the same hunt. Diaza is doing a lot of, well, cooking. I can never do the double spit properly. He seems to be having trouble with it as well. He's cooking all rare steaks. Look at him. Oh, we managed to get a well done. But yeah, I don't use the double barbecue spit because I can never get consistent gourmets. I mean, maybe if you are good at cooking, maybe you can do it, but I don't know. I was never good enough because I just didn't do it enough, I guess. Whatever I just took, I had 0 of. I really don't have much high rank nibble snuff. Nibble snuff? Nibble snarf stuff. So, yeah. I think faster than I speak, so sometimes I combine words. I don't know why. It's kind of stupid. That's why if I had to choose between conversing with someone over text versus in person speaking to them, I would generally prefer to do it over text. It's because I can sort my thoughts out a little better. But I'm generally I would say that I'm a decent orator. You would have to be if you wanted to do recordings like this, but yeah, sometimes I do slip. Certainly if we were still in the golden age of radio, I'd probably be a radio presenter of some kind, but because if you think about it, this is a very similar sort of thing to that, isn't it? While I do sit here and play a game, and that's ultimately what the entertainment value is, it's sort of a joint vocalizing plus video game entertainment experience, but I do discuss a specific topic, you know. Lantern, please. Very well. I'll do what I can. I mean, I might have to bring a normal gun for this. I'm not going to promise that my DPS is going to be great, because again, I'm probably still not used to the sensitivity of this, but we'll see. You miss my rants. Well, you won't have to miss them, because they've never gone away, and they never will go away, you know. I'm sure my rants repel certain people, but, you know, especially those who don't agree with what I say. But the thing is not to take it personally, at the end of the day. And sometimes in the heat of passion I can say something that's possibly offensive to a person, but, you know, again, I don't really feel hatred towards individuals. Unless I actually explicitly say, oh, I fucking hate these kinds of people, I probably do at that point. Have legitimate dislike for those individuals, and they are welcome to be offended at that point, but, yeah. Usually I don't hate people for things that they think or feel or do. There are always exceptions to that. What the hell am I doing for combination materials? I'm bringing needleberries. We don't need bone husk S, and we don't need bone wyvern fang. We do, however, need possibly more huskberries if we have. We don't have them in our inventory, but I can buy some. Needleberries are here. And we're probably fine for huskberries. I mean, honestly, we're probably not going to need more than 99 normal shots for this hunt, because it should ideally be over fairly soon. I did eat, didn't I? Yes, I did. Anyway. I wouldn't say that was much of a deep dive there, Chubby, but I'd say overall you probably haven't watched too many of my live streams at this point. You get used to it. Sometimes I go on some pretty... I know you intended for me to read that after the stream, Chubby, but the answer is... possibly. Probably not, but I've only been back on Twitch for a short while. Hopefully we can still fish him out even though we're swimming above him here like this. Let's cross our fingers. Oh well. I think we're alright. As long as he hasn't seen anyone, we should be fine. But, yeah, getting consistent Twitch viewers is quite hard. Because, again, there are so many... There is an abundance of choice. I don't really need to spill my heart out. I'm quite alright. I've said enough recently, I would say. Oh dear, here come the bombs again. Unfortunately, you can't really hit the lantern properly from this angle. I can try. No, that's more like the head. Sorry, Burner. There we go. I don't think I actually need to aim for the bulb itself, the bulb of the lantern. I think I can just aim for the antenna. Do you call that an antenna? I think you do. There might be a special word. I don't know my anglerfish anatomy, but, you know. Yeah, normal shots are good for this. Oh, this is going to be lovely. He's going to break it like you wouldn't believe. That has to be broken, come on. Yeah, there we go. Not a problem at all. If you've got a normal gunner, and you're putting it in a trap, it's over for Mr. Gobul. Again, normal gunning is such an underappreciated style of gunning, especially in the more modern games. But it is just as viable as... Did I say especially in the newer games? I hope I didn't say older games accidentally, but yeah, it's just one of those things where it requires more effort than Pierce, so people just use Pierce. There's a good trap placement there. Honestly, I could probably still aim for the lantern for damage because I think that's the highest damage. I know that was a fast hunt, but do keep in mind that that was high rank, so... It was a good hunt, but it wasn't G rank. Do keep that in mind. But this is good. I think I probably need Gobul stuff, so I'm sure I'm getting something out of this also. Gobul Whisker. Got the tail over here. And that shiny just disappeared, unfortunately. The reason why I am a unique streaming experience is because I don't stream. Because streaming has become, in the last 6 years, just sitting there and playing the game and being silent. And on top of that, streamers are extremely reliant on the chat for something to talk about. Because I started in Let's Playing, I was literally just sitting there talking to myself. So that's what I do here as well. Of course I interact with you guys and I enjoy that, but there is a commentary going on here. People who go live don't just get started on a commentary, it's just not something that happens. That's why I think it's somewhat unique as a streaming experience as a viewer to watch that, because it's kind of like, you know, it's a Let's Play, but it's not. It's just me sitting here playing the game and just, you know, hunting random monsters or hunting with friends or something like that, but it's different to what you would find elsewhere. And that's only because I come from a different era of making videos. Like, streamers are from a different generation. I stream because Let's Playing died. It literally died. So this is where I am now. I've updated myself, I suppose, to the way things are done now, but not in the true essence of, I guess, adapting to a new style, because the only thing that's different is that I'm live. I still record in the same way, and I'm glad you enjoy it. It's just the way I do it. And I think it's the way it should be done. I'm glad you like my old Freedom Unite videos. I don't, the funny thing is, there was a period of time where I sort of need to redevelop my Let's Playing style again, because in 2015 I was a bit rusty, a bit out of sorts. And I also had a terrible mic for some of it. One more hunt for you, Diaza? Radio. But yeah, I got my shit organised again for Let's Playing around 2017, 2016. But then in 2017 I was struck with this strange problem with my sinuses, and it caused the removal of most of the recordings of the original Breath of the Wild Let's Play that I did. You know, I sounded like I had a pig on my nose and it was awful. And it was just, it's kind of frustrating. So 2017 was a rough year for me. But, yeah, 2017 was the year I got this microphone, which I was excited to have. And you know, a microphone isn't everything, but it makes a big difference to the way you come across to people, I suppose. And if you've got a good enough voice, you can really get some use out of it. Obviously, if you've got a really shit voice, it doesn't matter what kind of microphone you have. But I'd like to think that for a voice like mine, it's very well flattered by a microphone of this kind. So it was nice to get my hands on that, and this is a microphone for life, you know, I'll have this forever, because this kind of microphone, I mean, people have been using these. This is an RE20. You can go into professional recording studios that have had this microphone, like the exact thing, for like 30 years in the same studio, because they just last forever. And then you get the even older ones, the PL20 from the 70s. And some of them are still kicking around, and they work just as well as they did in the past, because they're just professional microphones. And so it's good to have a little counterpart of sorts, like a professional broadcast microphone. So what are we hunting this time, Vernon? Haha. Oh, Arexion. This is certainly not a USB microphone. This is XLR input. I don't know if you can see this input. Hold on. See this here? That's XLR. So that actually goes into an interface. USB is an absolute travesty of audio. You don't want to do anything USB based. It's fine for entry level. But yeah, this is not USB. USB is just an easy way to interact with a computer system. But this connects to an audio interface, and that connects to my PC through USB. So it receives all the audio through XLR input. So that's the way that works. USB, in terms of audio, is a very consumer level sort of thing. It's just not for professional applications. Fancy pants. Oh, it's Baleful Giganox. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that you can't see if someone's posted a quest if you're in the prep area. Baleful is weak to water, I think. I think I'm correct about that. Right. No, I'll just find something to use. Dual blades, I guess. Honed blade. I need to be faster with getting myself organized here. I bet Diaza is really sick of me. It's because I can't stop bloody talking. I try not to, but... I don't try not to, do I? I just fucking talk, and then that's the end of it. Double Baleful. I'm pretty sure that I'm correct about it being a water weakness, so even if I'm wrong, tough shit. I'm just gonna go into the quest with what I have. I don't know, Chubby. They're Twitch emotes. I think they're just standard. Most of them are really terrible, but, yeah, that's Twitch for you. Baleful is weak to water. Well, thanks for not trolling me, Potato. You could have just as easily said, no, he's actually weak to thunder. I mean, actually, that would have been a bad troll because you wouldn't have convinced me. There's no reason to feel personally attacked. There's nothing wrong with using a USB microphone. There are some good USB microphones out there. Like, there's no reason to not use them necessarily. You wouldn't use them for professional use cases, but if you're actually using a professional broadcast microphone, it will not be USB. It couldn't be. Go 5? Well, if you say so, Mr. Diaza, I came here to go and paintball this one. Doesn't really matter, I mean... This is Area 5, isn't it? This one up here. And this is Area 4. Oh my god. I guess Area 5 might be the one to the west of that. Well, whatever, I'll fight this one. Oh! Rocksteady doesn't work again. Oh. See, now, I thought this was strange. I was fighting Giganox like a video or two ago, and I was using Rocksteady and I was not affected by his roar. And I was very confused. Now, either Baleful Giganox has a stronger roar than regular Giganox, or maybe I was hunting with a hunting horn guy, and he gave me roar resistance. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure I had Rocksteady that quest and I wasn't affected by the Giganox roar, so that was very strange. It looks like a big... What is happening with these people? Everyone is trying to find a different... Oh, he's over here. What is it? You guys are crazy. You're all just desperate to hunt a different Giganox. I don't know why. I've found a Giganox, I've been hunting him, and everyone's like, let's find the other one. Fuck me. Breaks my heart. Yeah, XLR is an investment because you can't just have the microphone, you also need to have the interface. But it's important to have an audio interface, particularly if you're using a laptop, because not just laptops but also some desktop PCs have terrible sound cards, and what they do is they actually, like your system audio will actually be EQ'd in some way, and you don't want that. You don't want your fucking system audio to have an EQ setting on it. And oftentimes it boosts the low end, and it is absolute fucking trash. It is the worst thing in the world to have your system audio EQ'd. It should be absolutely flat. Unmolested. And I've come across some laptop sound cards, and even desktop sound cards, that don't have flat audio, which is absolutely shocking to me. But some people don't even notice it. Somehow they don't even notice it. But you know what? If you have an audio interface plugged in, that's going to bypass that sound card for obvious reasons, because that's basically a sound card in and of itself. And you'll get flat audio. So there are uses for audio interfaces outside of just plugging in an XLR microphone or an instrument into it or whatever. Oh dear, this isn't good. Fortunately, I managed to avoid that. Diaza did not. He's actually using an Awaken Fire longsword. That's going to be a longsword that I'll be picking up in the future. He's using the Hunter set, check that out. You world players will be familiar with this set. See that? It's very strange to see that set return in. I said to him, "You trolling?" He literally just put down a bomb during a trap. With a monster like Gignox, which is kind of small, everyone's crowding around the monster, he places a fucking bomb and throws us away from the monster. The damage of a single bomb is not going to be better than the damage of 3 people who have now been knocked away and can't deal their damage. It's kind of stupid. I mean, I was getting annoyed about it last recording, but come on, it's fucking common sense. If you're trolling, it's one thing, and maybe I'll humour you to an extent with that, but placing down a fucking bomb and just blowing people away is absolutely stupid, particularly during a trap. If it's in the middle of the hunt, maybe it's not as bad, but during a trap when you've actually got the opportunity to hit the fucking monster consistently, fuck off. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it is not a strategy, it is ignorance. I did do an education in audio engineering, but some of it I just picked up on my own. Just by, you know, dealing with audio, I guess. I don't troll. I've been kind of friendly up until this point, but fuck me. You're gonna place a fucking bomb during a trap. That's one of those little pet peeves that I have. It's one of those fucking pet peeves that I have. And you know, maybe he doesn't get it. Maybe me telling him that, then don't place bombs during a trap, he's gonna be confused. He's gonna be like, why not? But this is not game sense, this is common sense. If you're throwing away the hunters, all of whom together will have dealt like 3 times the amount of damage that that single fucking bomb dealt in that moment. Yeah. What are you doing? Like I said, that's not a strategy, that's ignorance. Maybe he just overestimates the damage of bombs. It's possible. I mean, they're not terrible. Large barrel bombs do, like, large plus do decent damage. In my previous video, I had a guy doing that, but with regular large barrel bombs, not even plus. The guy's a fucking fool. But there are certain things that I just won't hold back on that. Like, oftentimes, I don't have a go at people in-game because, you know, I feel bad. Some people are just casual, or they don't really know what they're doing, and I don't want to make them feel bad, but there are certain things where I don't fucking care. I'm gonna tell them that they're doing something really fucking stupid, and bombing teammates away from the monster during a trap is one of those fucking things. I will not put up with it. It is absolutely stupid. I mean, I've left quests for that, or for that reason in the past. Like, people who do that sort of shit, you have to look at what you're doing. How is your strategy affecting the team? Like, I will never forget, I was hunting in Hunsterverse with this fucking fool, and I was using a hammer on a Naga Cougar. I was doing pretty well, you know, just getting consistent hits on the head. But every time I got close to the head, this fucking guy was also aiming for the head, but he was using a gun lance, and guess what? He was shelling. Not even charged shelling, he was just single, non-charged shelling this head and shooting me away from the head. This wasn't once, twice, not even 3 times, it was like 4 or 5 times. He shelled me away from the fucking head of this monster, and I'm going hammer. Now, I absolutely laid into this guy. I fucking laid into him. And then, I didn't hunt with him for ages after that, you know. And then, like maybe a month later, I'd forgotten about that whole incident. And then, during a hunt, interestingly a Giganox hunt, this is again in Portable Third, I was 3-manning and one of these guys was using a lance. And I kept on getting lance charged, for no real reason. And it wasn't just me, it was, like he wasn't targeting me, he was hitting this other person as well. This guy with his fucking lance was lance charging all over the fucking place, and hitting the teammates more than the monster. And I left the quest, I said, I'm not playing with people who are that fucking ignorant. And I thought about it and I realized, you're the same fucking person who was shelling me with the gun lance, and I laid into him again. And it was so funny because he was like, are you done? And I said, no actually, and I kept going into him, and then he really changed his attitude, he really got a bit down. But like, seriously? That's not bad game sense, that's not lack of experience, that is a lack of common sense and common decency. That you're going to fuck your teammates up so hard, and then not even change what you're doing. It's just simple observation. You look at what your strategy is doing to the team, and if it's fucking them up like crazy, you have to change something. You have to change something. It's that fucking simple. But anyway, a party of 107 people while I'm in the... See, this is why I don't like Twitch raids, because they all spam their stuff. But anyway, it's just that sort of ignorance is not okay. And, you know, usually there is a certain line that I cross. And then I just have to let people know how I feel. And it's just the way it is, unfortunately. But yeah, the, hold on, let me go back up to whatever that previous conversation was. Your biggest pet peeve is when someone flash pods a monster when you're mounting it. Yeah, that is kind of annoying. And that was Diaz's final hunt. Unfortunately, he gave me a bit of a gift, which was a bomb in the middle of a trap, which was not nice at all. And unfortunately, he probably just would have thought that I was being an asshole by telling him just to not do that, and genuinely thinking that he was trolling, but you don't want to do that. And what I've noticed also with people in Monster Hunter is that they don't learn from their mistakes. You know, I always say that it's one thing if you're inexperienced, but then it's another thing entirely if you can actually make the same mistake over and over and over again, and even be told that what you're doing is the wrong thing, and then a few hunts down the line, you do the exact same thing again. It's very frustrating. It's like that in second generation, or in any generation for that matter, with people flash bombing a Rajang. It happens in second gen very often because in that game, or in those games in general, you flash bomb everything and you win. But when you can flash bomb a Rajang in a game like that, and see that it actually makes the hunt harder, and you're even told not to do that, but you still keep doing it over and over and over again, even though the situation is being presented to you as being more difficult now that you've gone and flashed the thing, you still keep doing it. I don't know what it is, but if it weren't so widespread, it wouldn't be worth ranting about. But unfortunately, the level of ignorance is kind of fucking shocking out there, and I'll never understand it personally. Anyway, it's something I've never understood personally. And as I said, there are certain things that fall under game sense, and other things that fall under common sense. And I suppose it's the things that fall under common sense that people fail to do that I attack most often. You probably should have said Baleful was weak to Fire Potato, because maybe... No, I wouldn't have even believed that. I was pretty sure he was weak to water, to be honest. Possibly Potato. And yes, welcome everyone who chooses to stick around after the preliminary emote spam. I was actually having a conversation with my regular viewers and I got chat bombed, so Do welcome. I actually don't know how many people stream 3 Ultimate. This is my favourite Monster Hunter game, so... Yeah, what game did you guys come from? Like, what were you watching when you came in, out of interest? Also, Vernon, what do you want to hunt next? Oh, you all came from 3 Ultimate, that's good to know. Oh, maybe it was Diaz's stream. Maybe it was Diaz's stream, I don't know. Because I think Diaz said that he was on Twitch or something. Anyway. Yeah, if that is Diaza, don't bomb people away from monsters, it's annoying. Super rad, super rad, okay. Well, good to know. I think I saw you in-game at some point. Oh, that's right. Again, it's another situation where I can't see if a quest has been posted when I'm in the frickin' prep area. That's actually one thing that was really useful as far as changes being made in the future games. It was the fact that they actually made it so that you could see when a quest was posted. I'm sure there is still an audio cue, but my game volume's really low, so I can't really hear that. And it's important for the game volume to be low, otherwise you'll get all this bleed into the mic. No problem, Chubby. No problem at all. I understand. My chat got, you all jumped in my chat and one of my viewers was like, nope, not doing this. It is what it is. So I do want water again, and then next I have to work out what weapon I want to use. Like weapon type, I should say. Let's do Lance, because again, I love going Lance against Giganox, it's good fun. Because as I said in my previous recording, he so clearly telegraphs everything that he does that Lance counters are so easy to just prevent him from doing anything to you, to be completely honest. But it was even more extreme in Tri. Oh no, Super Rad, don't be worried about that. I don't mind at all. I don't get raided so often that it makes me angry or frustrated. If you came in here and thought that I was ranting about the raid, I was not. I was actually ranting before you even got in here. You guys all came in just as I was ranting about something, so if you did think that I was ranting about that, I certainly wasn't. But it's all good, doesn't bother me too much. Let's go and hunt Baleful again. Yeah, the double quests honestly end up being kind of easier. It's not as bad as first generation, where single monster hunts are just way too difficult. But, yeah, it is generally easier to deal with 2 weaker health monsters. Yeah, the Tri-Lance combo is what I got used to because, obviously, the change of Lance as far as the combo coming into existence from second generation sort of left me very used to being able to counter on 3 hits. And once that was taken away from me in Portable Third, I was not impressed. I did not use Lance in Portable Third, at least not at first, because I was just disgusted by the experience of being unable to... Oh, why is he over there? No, maybe Cole is finding something else. Should be starting in 5. Oh, Jade joined and left. Bye, Jade. Looks like Giganox is up there. I don't know if he starts somewhere different in this game as Baleful. I'm kind of used to the spawn points of Portable Third at the moment. That is the 3rd gen game that I play most, although that's probably slowly but surely changing, because I have made a return to 3 Ultimate. And yes, I do agree, Lance is a very good weapon type underwater. It's just the most directional. It doesn't actually become slower underwater like some weapon types do, and it doesn't lose its functionality. Let's say, for instance, you're dealing with Longsword. Longsword actually loses one of its higher motion value combos, or one of its attacks in that combo, which is the overhead slash with hitting X. You only get one of those underwater. Which is just fucking awful, honestly. So yeah, not a fan of a lot of different weapon types underwater, but Lance I'm actually pretty happy with, and I just noticed in a quest a short while ago that I was quite happy with whatever it is, Gun Lance underwater. And I don't know why I wasn't really expecting to enjoy that, but... Or rather, I don't know why I wasn't expecting to enjoy just using gun lance underwater in general. I think because it's such a dynamic weapon type, I thought that using it underwater would be super awkward, but it's actually even better than lance in my opinion, because it has the same directionality. That's an interesting word. It's just as directional as lance, but it has a little bit more mobility, just because of that advance forward. So I was quite happy with that, using that in the Gobul hunt from before. Is Greatsword good underwater? Absolutely fucking not. Don't do that. I mean, it's fine, you can try it if you want a little bit of a challenge, but the problem with Greatsword is that you're very reliant on the mobility or lack thereof of monsters that you go up against. And one theme of underwater hunts, which is something that Capcom can't really help. You know, some people take issue with underwater combat, but it's not the way Capcom did it. It's underwater combat in its true essence, in the way that it has to be, that is actually a problem. It's not the way they did it. Underwater monsters, obviously, are going to be able to move much better than you can. They move quickly, and without any difficulty. So as a result, if you're using something like a greatsword, in the time that it takes for you to charge, an underwater monster can very easily move out of range. Happens so easily, and it's awful. And obviously, on top of that, greatsword being a slow weapon type normally anyway, becomes slightly slower again underwater, so it's just an unpleasant experience. I'm sure there are some people who use greatsword underwater and get good results and even feel quite comfortable. I'm not one of those people. You know, I've been playing since Try. Admittedly, I haven't... Well, I've been playing since before Try. I just mean to say I've been playing since the first underwater game. While I haven't been playing a lot of underwater-based games recently, I would still like to think that I'm pretty comfortable underwater as far as your average hunter is concerned, but I still cannot possibly use greatsword underwater. It's fucking... It's atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. Atrocious. Enunciation helps too, please. Really? You were a hammer user and you never minded underwater combat. I could never use it. Well, I did use hammer underwater actually, but I hated it. Again, it was lance in the end that I always gravitated towards. Yeah, it's one of those things where if you do main a certain weapon type, you are going to have a certain opinion about underwater combat. In my case, I use all weapon types. I'd say that I'm kind of a greatsword main if I had to choose one. If I'm not going gun, then yeah, greatsword's the way to go. Also have a huge preference for sword and shield, but let's say you are a greatsword main, your experience with underwater combat would be with... I was almost trying to counter that wyvern fire there. But, yeah, your experience with underwater combat becomes synonymous with the greatsword underwater combat experience, and it does change depending on the weapon type. And if you're a greatsword main, you're going to be having a pretty bad time. It's not going to be fun at all. So, it may very well be the case that underwater combat can actually help hunters change weapon types, branch out a little bit. But in the end, I really don't think that a person should stick to one single weapon type regardless. They shouldn't need underwater combat to pull them out of using the same weapon type. But to be honest, everyone plays Monster Hunter in different ways. For me, I've always struggled to understand how people could use the same weapon type in every single quest, because for me, I need variety. I need variation in the way that I play. And if I don't have that, I get a little bit bored. And so, I always use a different weapon type, and it keeps things fun for me. But I guess people get comfortable with what they understand, and don't really have a willingness to branch out from that. But that's how I play Monster Hunter. Everyone has their preference. Oh, underwater sword and shield is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I hate it. Again, sword and shield, a big thing about sword and shield is high mobility and fast attacking. I have seemingly gone in the wrong direction. Where the hell is this monster? I thought I saw him limp out of there. But I guess he... Well, he did limp out of there, but I guess he went and flew elsewhere. That's a little bit annoying. But yeah, Sword and Shield, big thing about Sword and Shield is mobility and the speed of its movements. And unfortunately, Underwater sort of strips it of that. It doesn't strip it of it, it just... everything's a bit slower underwater. And a weapon type like Sword and Shield really does have its balls cut off underwater. And I'm not a fan. Not a fan at all. I seriously pretty much only go Lance and seemingly Gun Lance underwater. Gun Lance as of like 2 hunts ago. I'm now an underwater Gun Lance guy. Identity updated. Switch Axe underwater is probably alright. It's probably about as functional as, say, a longsword. I wouldn't say longsword's bad underwater, it's just you don't get as much damage out because you do lose that opening over the head swing with the longsword. Usually you get 2, but you only get 1 underwater, and it's kind of a problem in my opinion. Gunlance is not a weapon type that I generally like. Some friends of mine quite aptly described Gunlance as Monster Hunter in a wheelchair, because your mobility is just a fucking joke with Gunlance, but it's actually pretty good underwater because underwater your mobility is crap anyway. So it ends up being the case that your advanced forward attack with Gunlance gives you a sense of good mobility as opposed to limited mobility. So yeah, I mean, Gunlance I do enjoy, but I can't use too much of it. If I use too much Gunlance, I really start to get frustrated. One thing that I do in every Monster Hunter game is get my weapon usages flat on the guild card. And if you don't know what I mean when I say that, I will show you my guild card in-game here, just to illustrate what I'm talking about. But what that means is that I do actually feel compelled at times to use the same weapon over and over and over again to get the weapon usages higher on my guild card. And for the Gunlance, I absolutely cannot stand using that for more than maybe 5 hunts in a row. If I start doing 20 hunts in a row, 30 hunts in a row with Gunlance, oh my fucking god. Drives me insane. So, this is what I mean by flat on the guild card. I like to have, in every Monster Hunter game, this. And, that's the way I've always done it. And so, as I said, it does sometimes necessitate the repeated use of the same fucking weapon. And Gunlance, can't do it. At least not while enjoying myself. So, that's that. But any person who plays Monster Hunter seriously, I think, is a person who can play all weapon types and really see the benefit of each. The reality of the Monster Hunter series is that every monster is different, and every weapon type is different, so therefore, there are certain weapon types that are really not great to use with certain monsters, and others that are really good to use, and then others that are sort of in between. So, when you have full control over what you can use, so in my case, I have all elements for all weapon types. Which means that if I have a certain monster on the board, I can think, what weapon type would I like to use? I would like to use Gunlance. Okay, this monster's weak to this element, I can go and pick out the correct element Gunlance, and I have that. And I have that for all weapon types, and I do that in all Monster Hunter games. And for me, I guess I reached the point where that was necessary when I played so much Try, because there was like no content in that game. So you ended up having everything. I think I had like most weapons in the game. And that abundance of choice led me to require that in all Monster Hunter games that I play. So, you come to realize that actually, that's kind of the ultimate Monster Hunter experience. To have true freedom of choice, and it's important to have that kind of goal, because it gives you something to do. Otherwise you're just hunting monsters and it's like, well, what am I doing with myself? I don't have too many armor sets that I want to make, you know. And also, populating all of your armor set slots. You have to do that. I ran out of armor set slots in this game ages ago. I'm having to remove some even now. This armor set here, I've had on this character for almost 8 years, and I'm about to remove it for an Awaken Lance/Gunlance set. An Awaken is a different type of endgame again, because Awaken is what I just described, where you have all elements for all weapon types, but you do it all again for Awaken. And the reason why you do it is for fun. Accident investigation. This time we're doing a G-rank Gobul. Potato doesn't like Charge Blade. And Potato is one of my frequent viewers. He hates Charge Blade. I told him to give it a try, but he really He really is not a fan. I'm a Monster Hunter weapons dealer. Maybe. Maybe. What should I use? Let's use Greatsword for fun. How about that? We'll use the Nether Refractress, but I will equip this set because I don't need high grade earplugs for this. Who would have thought? We want the Nether Refractress. But yeah, I'm still working on Awakened weapons at the moment. That's what I've just started doing, actually. That's like the ultimate endgame goal, to have all elements and statuses for Awakened weapons. As far as you can make them, anyway. Because you actually can't get whatever Awaken element or status you want for every weapon type. Some just don't exist. So, I've got a nice text file with everything organised there. Tail, please, says Vernon. Very well. You couldn't get into Try because there was a lack of weapon types? Yeah, I started in Freedom Unite, and I was pretty disappointed with the lack of weapon types, and quite frankly, the introduction of Switch Axe was of no consolation for the reason that Switch Axe was fucking shit. I don't care how you feel about Switch Axe. I mean, if I offend a bunch of people by saying this, guess what? That's what it's like to watch a Doom Link stream. Because I've got opinions, and I speak them. But the Switch Axe is a fucking balls weapon type. It always has been. It got slightly better in World, and I hate World. Uh-oh. But, yeah, the reality is that Switch Axe, when it was first introduced, was even worse than it was in this game. Portable Third, 4 Ultimate, Generations Ultimate. It was the worst iteration, or rather it was the worst introduction of any weapon type I've ever seen. It was just horrendous. Everyone used it, and I'll tell you why. It was because people didn't really understand what inflated weapon attack values were. They saw that the number was higher for Switch Axe than, say, what would be an example, I guess, Lance? They saw that the Switch Axe value was higher than a weapon like Lance, for example, so they thought, oh, it must do more damage. In actual fact, it was the opposite, because Switch Axe motion values in Try were fucking horrendous. They were terrible. And, yeah, Switch Axe being there as a new weapon type, while all of these other weapon types like Hunting Horn and Dual Blades and Gunlance were gone, was not just of no consolation, it was a fucking insult. But I didn't allow myself to get too annoyed by it for the reason that Try had so much more to offer than just weapon types for the Monster Hunter series that it didn't bother me at all. What's happening there, then? I guess Gobul's not hungry. Rightio. You don't necessarily have to hate World to appreciate my live streams, I can tell you that much, but if you've got a giant red rocket boner for it, and you attach your ego to the things you like, yeah, you probably won't like the things that I say about World. Where the hell is this asshole? I never thought that I'd have to Psycho Serum for a fucking Gobul, but here I am. He's in Area 3, it looks like. What an absolute tosser. This fucking monster, wasting my time. What's my opinion on the SOS system? It basically single-handedly destroyed the online system of World and just turned the entire thing into a complete joke. It was a necessary addition for the reason that World caters to a mainstream gaming community filled with people who need instant gratification for their video games. And that's exactly what the SOS system is, instant gratification. It means less, it trivializes everything, purely for the sake of convenience. And for those who played Try, or even this game, you will know that an online experience in Monster Hunter is really important. Interacting with your hunters, chatting with them, getting to know them, getting to the point where you can go into the online system and just recognize the people you're playing with, and chat with them and say, oh hey again, and you know, there's that recognition there, and conversation about strategy, and it was all done over text, of course. And that was good enough, we didn't need anything better than that. The SOS system absolutely destroyed that. When World first came out, no one went to the online hub, because why would you need to? The place was dead. Capcom were like, oh shit, we have no foresight because we're Capcom, and no one, because the SOS system exists, is going to the top of Astera or whatever it was. So we have to get some events to get people going there. They did this Halloween event or whatever, and I think there was something before the Halloween event. That was bringing everyone to the place at the top of Astera. They were like, please go there. It's like, it's actually a location. You know, I mean, of course no one was going to go there. Why would they? You had the SOS system. The point is the SOS system is terrible and it caters for people who don't really get Monster. They don't get it. And they don't like hearing that. They don't like to hear that they don't get Monster, but it's true. It's just how it is. Not everyone... Like, if you just come into the game for the first time and you don't have a point of reference, of course you're not going to know how it compares to the series today. But yeah. And bringing back SOS, which, as I understand, is what's going to be happening in Rise, is one reason why I'm really not looking forward to Rise. If any of you stick around to watch me play Rise, just be ready for me to not really enjoy what I'm doing. I might like it. I'm not resolved to hating Rise. I'm really not. But I think I might. I think I might hate it. Well, not hate it, but I might dislike it. It's going to be better than World, I think, and I think it will be an improvement. It will be... It's going to be interesting in the sense that it will be Capcom saying, guess what else we can fuck up? That's basically what Rise is going to be, I think. Not in its entirety, but it's going to be a bit like that. It's going to be Capcom saying, you thought we couldn't balance the game and we could update it whenever we wanted? Ha 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 ha! We have more things we can fuck up. Enjoy. So far the game's not even out and I can already see heavy bowgun's fucking broken, hunting horn's fucking broken. There are a lot of things that are broken, and Capcom seems desperate to tell everyone, we can't balance a Monster Hunter game worth of fuck. Welcome. All new players enjoy. You know, that seems to be what's happening here, so... I'm sure there will be good things. Oh, sorry, I wasn't aiming for the tail. I'm sorry about that, Vernon. I think you asked for that specifically, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Well, here I am too busy crapping on to actually employ strategy in my hunt. Sticky ammo's already broken, yeah. I guess Iceborne was no indication of them, and let me tell you, I stopped playing World long before Iceborne was even a twinkle in anyone's eye. Okay, maybe it wasn't that early on, but yeah, Iceborne hadn't come out by the time I was playing World, or by the time I had stopped playing World, so I haven't experienced Iceborne and the brokenness of Sticky. I understand why they did that, but it's so typical for them to take something that was initially kind of weak, and then try to make it viable, and then in the process make it totally fucking broken. That's Capcom to a T. And apparently that's what happened with Sticky, because Sticky, as I remember it, it was kind of just an average shot type. And then all of a sudden I hear everyone complaining about sticky ammunition, and I'm thinking, why? What is it about sticky ammunition that everyone's complaining about? I remember it being a fairly crappy shot type. But apparently they changed it quite drastically in Iceborne, because they were like, oh, no one's using sticky, let's give them a reason to use sticky, and then what do? They make it seemingly the best shot type in the game. You know, it's not... There's no middle ground for Capcom. It's either fucking ridiculously strong or totally non-viable. I don't know what it is with Capcom, but they just can't do it. They're so lost. You know, Rise to me, with every update to Rise information-wise, I felt as if Capcom were just lost. They just didn't know what to do with what they had. They knew that they had a new community of people to appeal to, and an old community of people to appeal to, and they're trying to get to a middle ground, but they do things like bring back the SOS system, which is so tone deaf. I mean, imagine bringing that back, and then bringing back the original, or rather the world skill system instead of the original skill system. It's like, what are you doing? Do you realize what you've got here? Do you realize what you've got on your hands? You've got a series that is better than this, but you can't seem to handle it. You can't seem to manage all of the options you have on hand, and I kind of understand why. It's not an easy position for them to be in at all, but they seem a bit lost, and I don't know how to help them. There has never been a balanced Monster Hunter game, not at all. But what it was about World that really shocked me was that this was the first game that they could update whenever they wanted. They had the power to balance World at the drop of a hat. And they still couldn't do it. They still couldn't do it. It was beyond them. They remind me of children who just can't handle the responsibility that they have. They just couldn't do it. Because for me, I guess Monster Hunter has always been, I would refer to Monster Hunter as an imperfect series. In the sense that, while this game that I'm playing here is my personal favourite, this game has problems. Look at Slime. Slime is a mess. It is the strongest thing by far. And it's terribly balanced. They fixed that with Blast in 4th generation. But what did they do in 4th generation? They introduced a mounting system that completely dominated the online play, even the offline, to be honest. The mounting system was broken. And then they fixed that. And what did they do? They turned heavy bowgun into a joke with Valor. They made it so that you can get this gun that's supposed to be heavy and strong, and then you go off and run with it. You're running with this thing like it's made of paper, and then you're doing even more damage than before. It's unfucking believable. Like, they cannot balance anything. And that's just a surface level complaint. Like, everything I just said is very surface level. There's a lot more wrong with all those games than that. My point is that it's an imperfect series, and you kind of have to identify what's important. You know, what do you attach to? What do you enjoy about this game? And World was just shocking to me that they did away with so much of what made Monster Hunter special, but they still couldn't fucking balance it. When they had more power to balance it than ever before, it's a fucking travesty of the series. It really is. Yeah, Valor Longsword, I mean Valor across the board. Brave Valor is just a fucking joke. Complete joke. But anyway, I was reading Jarkar say, "Hello everyone," and then I said, "Anyway," while reading that, and said, "Anyone." The wonders of Doom Link's mind. Anyway, what did you want to hunt now, Vernon? I don't know if you've been typing in the chat. There are so many people typing that... Yeah. Well, thank you, Dockar's map. I'm glad you're enjoying. Yeah, at the moment I'm just hunting with Vernon. He is Phoenix in-game. He's one of my regular viewers. Has been for a while. And we're just doing whatever we feel like. Or whatever he feels like, I suppose. Less that and more whatever he needs for whatever he's making. And every now and again I do something that I want to do, but it's not really often. I do need to actually get a list of materials together that I need to make the different awakened weapons that I'm planning on making, but I don't know when I'll do that. You need more Gobul? Sure. Well, thank you, Jarka. I don't know if it's Jarka or Yarka, but thanks for the follow. The reason why my arguments are well fleshed out is because I enjoy the series, and I've been playing it for a long time, and the more you mull over your thoughts, the easier it is to discuss them, I suppose, so... Yeah. That's the situation. I don't just come on here and say, "World's fucking shit." I kinda do. When I'm pissed off, I do, but... You know, there's a reason why I feel that way. There is a reason, and, people don't like to hear it. The YouTubers can't take it, or they can't take it. They dislike and leave, that's it. They don't even engage me in conversation about it. They just dislike and off they run. Off to whoever is licking the anus of Capcom now. Who can lick Capcom's anus faster? Who can find the shit nuggets? You know. But unfortunately, what Capcom's doing at the moment doesn't really fill me. It doesn't fill me with much inspiration. Oh, stop, Potato. He does this every time. He tells them that I'm actually a massive proponent of World, when in actual fact I cannot stand it. And yeah, Clutch Claw is a good example. I mean, that's an example of a mechanic that really takes over. I mean, they had mounting. Isn't this so funny? This is an example of Capcom just not getting it. They're so tone deaf and they just don't get it. The mounting system dominated the online multiplayer of 4 Ultimate because it was so good. Okay. Now, they obviously identified that having it dominate the way you hunt monsters, and even trivialize some monsters, was a bad thing. So what do? In Iceborne, they bring Clutch Claw, which totally dominates the way you hunt monsters, to the detriment of any playstyle that you might have gotten used to before. How do they make the same mistake, but then in one case think it's good, and then in the other case go, oh shit, we need to balance that? How does that happen? In fact, how do they make such a shocking blunder? I don't know. And again, I never played Iceborne. I never experienced Clutch Claw, but I had it explained to me. And I trust the people who explained it to me, I'll tell you what. Because they're good friends of mine, and I play Monster Hunter with them, but, yeah, Clutch Claw seemed like a bit of a fucking mistake. And, yeah, not a huge fan. Not a huge fan. I'm not a huge fan of the concept. I've never experienced it, but I don't need to experience it. Just hearing about it is enough. Oh, I don't know if I'll do a podcast, Potato. I mean, I've thought about it, but if I were to do a Monster Hunter podcast, I would be talking about old Monster Hunter exclusively, so it would be a very, very niche podcast. Not many people, you know, imagine if I did a podcast about World, of course, or just about 5th generation Monster Hunter in general, I'm sure I'd get quite a listener base. I was going to say viewership, but I guess a listener base would be the term. What was the monster again? It was Gobul. Okay. But yeah, for something like traditional Monster Hunter, you never know, I might do it one day, who knows. The lighting's fine. I'm just going to make sure everything's fine with the webcam view. Yeah, everything's fine. Just making sure. What am I using? Again, I don't have anything that has Thunder Element that's Awakened, unfortunately. Wish I did. I could use... Oh, I can't... Right, I need to cut the tail, I think, still. So I can't gun. I could shoot Slicing. No, Slicing's terrible. Slicing does pure cutting damage in these games. In Monster Hunter 4, they gave Slicing ammo a motion value, which is exactly why Slicing became totally broken. What am I doing? Dual Blades. Dual Blades underwater, yuck. Yet here I am. Yucky. Well, anyone who enjoys relying on Clutch Claw, and I don't make it a habit to discuss this, because again, I haven't even played Iceborne, so... Yeah, but I'm glad to see you guys agreeing as far as Clutch Claw being a terrible implementation, because that's what it comes down to. It's the fact that you have to rely on it so much. It dominates combat. You don't want a single system dominating combat, because it's a fucking gimmick. You don't want gimmicks. What people don't seem to understand, and certainly something that Capcom doesn't seem to understand, is that the combat system of Monster Hunter is so unique and special that you don't need some fucking gimmick in every single game to make people want to buy the new one. You don't. Because the combat system is great on its own. What you do is you make new interesting monsters to hunt, new interesting weapons to hunt, interesting statuses like slime, but not broken. Stuff like that. But no, they bring in these fucking gimmicks like styles, and it was so funny. I'm going to tell you guys a little story. It's a bit of a story. It's not too long, but when Generations first came out, and Generations Ultimate as well, I mean, I pre-ordered Generations and played the shit out of it for a week and then never touched it again until Generations Ultimate was announced. But, people wanted to give the styles a chance. But as soon as I saw those styles, I was like, no, not doing it, not doing it. Guild style, thank you. Guild style will do it for me. I would like to continue my 4 Ultimate experience. And I can play Generations Ultimate to this day and have a great time. Because it's practically traditional Monster Hunter. Not truly, because I don't really consider 4th gen to be traditional Monster Hunter. The 4th gen players consider it to be traditional Monster Hunter because it makes them feel better. But it's not really traditional Monster Hunter. Too much changed, in my opinion. But, in the case of Generations Ultimate, I can play it and get a lot of enjoyment out of it, whereas a lot of my friends who share my opinions, they can't touch that game, because they associate styles too closely with it. They don't even think it's Monster Hunter because they think of styles and they go, oh god, I prefer 4 Ultimate so much because it didn't have styles, and I'm thinking, you know, I never exposed myself to those styles because I knew that it was going to leave you feeling that way, and I knew it was going to leave me feeling that way. Because it's not Monster Hunter, really. Styles came from Frontier, and they should have fucking stayed in Frontier. They're a gimmick. That's all they are. They can be fun for a short while, but indeed, all the people who generally feel the way I do about Monster Hunter games eventually became quite jaded, and just really lost interest in Generations Ultimate because of all the styles, and you don't have to play like that. And that's one thing that I really give Capcom credit for, the fact that they didn't force you to engage with the gimmick. They actually gave you the opportunity to use guild style, which is basically no style, that's what it is. And so I can just play Generations Ultimate like it's a 4 Ultimate experience. These people have such an incredible preference for 4 Ultimate, but there were problems with 4 Ultimate as well. I could sit here and talk about all the problems with 4 Ultimate all day. I enjoy 4 Ultimate, I don't hate it, and I don't even somewhat dislike it. It's a good game, but there are problems with it. Exact same thing with Generations Ultimate, but I don't have the same problems that other people seem to have, because I haven't forced myself to suffer, like so many people have. But then again, not everyone agrees that styles are terrible. I think people get sick of them, but probably not innately terrible. Are we doing this again? Oh, I think... Didn't we have this last time where he started over there? Maybe that's the... Oh, they're so smart, aren't they? Capcom. We're going to have a G-rank Gobul, but we're going to have him start in a different area so you can't fish him out. Oh dear. Good old Capcom. They also make it... The thing is that when you bring Gobul on land, he's such a nothing monster. He's very easy to fight, but underwater he's actually kind of a challenge. Or can be. Where are you? That's not you. Oh, hello. He's chomping me. Yeah, I agree, Ryzen. And I talk about it all the time. Everything that you guys mention, I just talk about on rotation, basically, in my live streams. But I think even earlier on in this recording, I was complaining about Y-stones. Again, Apex monsters aren't necessarily bad in and of themselves, but the Y-stone system completely ruined it, in the same way that Deviant monsters were ruined by the absolutely horrendous quest system of Deviant monsters. You know, Capcom can't seem to help themselves. They come up with a good idea and then they're like, let's hide it behind a terrible system that no one's going to like. Well, I suppose some people don't mind the Deviant quest system, but it's like, it's do my urgent, but times 50. Please do my urgent. It's like that, but you have to do it for the whole team every single time. Every single time. And it's fucking terrible. It's really just awful. But some people don't mind. You know, I see people with these large gold crowns in Generations Ultimate, and they're like Huntering 200, and I'm like, did you do nothing but hunt deviants the whole fucking time? How could you? You just hunted the same monster over and over and over again, through high rank, through G rank. How fucking boring. And then you listen to for a lot of the monsters, you're listening to the same theme song as well, and I mean, I keep hearing people say, God, when you do deviant monsters for long enough, that deviant theme starts to mess with you. I wonder why. Probably because it's just doing the same fucking quest over and over and over and over again. That's the end game. What good fun. Yeah, I think the deviant monsters are great in and of themselves, but fuck that quest system. What a way to ruin it. Make you so sick of the fucking monster that it stops being special. Nice one, Capcom. Fucking hell. I would rather not turn this into a let's complain about Monster Hunter stream, but seems to be what I usually do. What is there to talk about? Gobul! I don't fight much Gobul these days. I've said that recently quite a lot, but probably not to you guys. I miss Gobul a little bit. He's one of those monsters that you just don't get to hunt too often. Because he's only in 2 games, and one of those games has half of its content missing, because Capcom, in their infinite wisdom, decided that the online-only portion of Try was just indeed going to be online only, and then when the servers disappeared, that's it. That's half the game fucking gone. Thanks, Capcom. You did well, didn't you? You did real well. Pat on the back. Okay, we really need that tail, because I think he still moves it. It's hard to really cut the tail when he's underwater. I need to bring him a little bit further away from that entrance. What's my favourite monster? Well, one of my favourites would be Devil Joe, because anyone who played Tri will know that Devil Joe was an amazing hunt in Tri. I always struggle to think of a real favourite. I could only think of a top 3, and then they would be interchangeable across the top 3. But yeah, as far as where you can get Tri now, obviously you would have to get it second hand. Sometimes retailers, like private retailers, can sell brand new copies of the game. But yeah, if you can get the one that comes with the Classic Controller Pro, that's the way to go. I can actually show you that. I showed it kind of recently, but after this hunt I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll show you the Australian one anyway. The one that we would have in the game stores. It's a lovely thing. Just a delight. You know, I was just thinking, random thought, I don't know where my Monster Hunter 1 demo disc for PS2 is. I have a demo disc for that game. But I don't know where I put it. I put it somewhere. Probably somewhere safe, but I'll find it again. Sometime. But yeah, a lot of people actually bought Tri for that Classic Controller Pro. They were like, oh, this is a cool controller, I'll get a game with it. It's a lot of money to spend on a fucking controller, isn't it? Because, you know, it was a game with an additional controller, so if you treat it like, I'm going to buy this controller, you're spending like, what, $70 US on a controller? I don't know. At least that's probably about what it cost at that time. But no, the game was really the good part about it. But definitely playing Tri with the Classic Controller Pro was important. Any person who subjected themselves to motion controls, I have nothing but condolences to express to those individuals. Alrighty. Let's go carve that tail, wherever that may be sitting. I think it's inside the body. I really don't know. I think he's actually on top of it, yeah. That's true, yeah. I do forget that controllers are really expensive nowadays, so maybe what I just said doesn't carry as much weight to it, but back in 2010, you're not going to spend that much money on a controller, you've got to be having a laugh. No way. Okay, so I don't know where this tail went, but I must have already carved it. Do I have 4 materials? No. Oh fuck it, I probably don't need a tail. I'll show you the Monster Hunter Tri box that I was talking about. It's going to be backwards, so live with that, because I've actually got my webcam view mirrored so that I can be facing towards the left of, or rather the right of the screen. But this is it. The colours are a bit dim because I have chroma key enabled. But yeah, this is the box, unopened actually, this particular one. And it's really lovely. You can see just there it says Classic Controller included. Let's try to get the light on that. Well, that's the Australian box anyway. Probably about the same as the European one. I can try to show you the back of it. Again, it's hard to get the light to shine on it, but yeah. Sorry that I can't showcase that any better, but that, if you can get your hands on that, that's good. Good fun. I have it for sentimental reasons, because I don't have the original one that I bought in the past, so I went and re-bought it. Because I wanted to have it. Because Tri is a really special game for me. Shit. Taking stuff that I don't want to take. I have limited box space at this point in the game for me, so I am keeping a lot of materials to single stacks of 99. Every Australian I've ever known has played Monster Hunter or Siege. Well, what I can tell you is that Tri actually was pretty popular in Australia. I actually went to high school with people who were playing it, and I nearly fucking... I was really shocked, because I didn't become introduced to the series with Tri. I was involved a little, about 2 years prior. But, yeah, try really did well. And I was shocked to be able to play with friends at school. It was really weird. Oh shit, where is this stuff? Have I sorted it? I think I might have. Hades Skull, oh, suck me. So, I'm going to sort, and then I'm going to find that stuff that I need to sell. It's Slog Bones, yes. Created a new stack that I don't need to create. And then Gobul materials. Here we go. Or do I not have? No, I have an extra stack here that we don't want. And I think that might be it. Yeah, oh, yeah, that's it. I hope so. Yeah, look, I've only got 2 fucking slots left. Maybe it's from all my decorations. Maybe that's what it is. I did recently buy some more decorations, so... Oh well. Again, I'm really running out of box space. Monster Hunter 6 Siege. Yeah, exactly. Oh dear. Hunting the Hunter. I will see if I have the double quest for this Vernon. Because it's much better to do. I have it. I have the double quest. I've done this fucking quest more times than I've... Well, more times than you've shat in your life. I don't know who you are, but whoever you are, I've done this quest more times than you've shat in your lifetime. So, I wonder how many Skymeralds I have still. Maybe not many, because I think I've used most of them. Skymeralds are one of those things that you do get a lot of use out of. You do get more use out of Jaspers in Portable Third, though. Those are fucking... Ugh. You need them for every single Zenoga weapon you want to make, obviously. And there's like only one weapon that you would make in that game that's not Zenoga, if it's Thunder. Oh dear. Getting a call now, am I? What's with this fucking spam calling shit? What is that? Call from suspected spammer. Someone's obviously given my number to some fucking dickhead who wants to give me spam calls. I'm not impressed, I'll tell you that much. What's this on YouTube? You can stop calling me now, you fuck. Fucking suspected spam call. Suspected my ass, it is a spam call. Okay, so... What am I doing? I'm equipping an ice weapon, but what would I like to use? Probably a good one. Let's go sword... maybe not sword and shield. Maybe we'll go dual blades. Dual blade sounds like a plan. But what are my ice dual blades? No, I do have some. I have them over here. Raiders Ice Carvers, here we go. Excellent. This will actually be my last hunt, Vernon, I think, because I just noticed that I've been live for almost 4 hours, which is definitely long enough for me. Are you fucking me in my ass? Let me just answer this, hold on. Hello? Again. Spam. It's a creepy robot voice that goes, "Attention!" And it's like, oh great. I'm getting fucking... Someone must have just given... Oh, that's right, I'm supposed to post the quest. Silly me. I'm like waiting for someone else to post the quest. Shit. Unbelievable. Fucking spam callers. Yes, of course Locklack is... Oh, that's Potato saying that. Indeed, Locklack is better than Port Tansy. It's not as colourful, but for those who were there, at Locklack, you would know and agree that Port Tansia cannot hold a candle to it. Oh, I have some more stuff to put away here, so I'll just that. Okay. Well, I think we're ready to go. I will double check. Yeah, I don't have any pitfall traps, unfortunately. I'm just gonna... Look, shock traps do work with Zenoga, but you have to be careful when you use them. So, maybe I have nets here somewhere. Do I have nets or spiderwebs? I don't think I do. I'm really hurting for pitfall traps in this game. It's kind of unfortunate. Oh well. Don't really have many traps, so life goes on. Oh yeah, the figurine quests. Yeah, I remember those. The guildies, and the whatever else they had. The red guildie and the green guildie. You give me the green guildie, I'll give you the red guildie. That didn't really happen. That was just a, you know, a thing that randomly appeared in my head. But, yeah. The whole thing in Lochlac was, or rather, the experience of Lochlac was very traditional Monster Hunter in the sense that, as in more traditional than that, that was traditional Monster as you would refer to it back in 2010. I'm talking like Monster Hunter G. In Monster Hunter G, in the online area, possibly in 2DOS as well, although I cannot speak to that, in Monster Hunter G you had different rooms that you could stay in, and they would level up over time. And it was the same in Tribe. You went from living in this fucking barn to living in this mansion, and it was really nice. And that was ultimately from Monster Hunter G. But they actually stopped doing that until World. I suppose that would be one decent thing about World, the fact that they brought that back. But of course no one would know the origin of that. None of the people who played starting with World anyway, all those people who don't really care for the history of Monster Hunter. Aiming for the tail because it's very important for Sky Emeralds. If you ever want a Sky Emerald, you need that tail. All the chances you can get. It's very important. I can't fucking see anything. It'd be great if this didn't start in Area 5, because of course, the performance in Area 5 on the Wii U is quite awful. It's not a good port. For a second I thought I heard my fucking phone vibrate again. I must be going crazy. Quite honestly, I'm not a fan of getting spam calls. 3 in the space of like an hour and a half. You know what I say to that? Fuck off. Fuck off. I will pursue that. I'll work out what the fuck's going on once I finish up with this hunt. Lochlac Become Eternal. Yeah. That was one of the soundtracks that was unique to the night time of Lochlac. Absolutely beautiful song. Actually brings tears to my eyes when I listen to it because memories of the past flood into my mind, and it's just... it's so tangible. And it's... yeah, it's rough. Because that only exists in memory now. That can never be... that experience can never be replicated. For those of you who play Tri, that's something that we will only ever be able to reminisce about. Because it's all over. Forever. And there will never be a Monster Hunter game that will give you the same online experience. Certainly not now that Capcom's gone in the direction they have. So... it's sad, but that's the way it is. I'm getting launched by a fucking Sword and Shield guy. But it worked because it launched me to the head, so I won't actually complain too much. Oh dear. 2 monsters plus Area 5 equals terrible fucking frame rate. That's rather picturesque, isn't it? Those two going at it. Is Zenoga leaving already? The other one? God. I guess they had a minor territorial dispute, and we didn't get to see any of it. I guess one went and the other one went and then that was the end of it. But, you know, who am I to say that there was no communication that went on? This is because I didn't understand it. I'm sure something was said. Okay, time to get my charge up again with my dual blades. Yeah, unfortunately I really cannot trap because I just don't have pitfall traps. I don't have spiderwebs, don't have nets, don't have traps themselves. You know what I've been doing in this game? I've been going to the Argosy Sea Captain and fucking trading for pitfall traps. That's what I've done in this game, and I ran out somewhat recently. Oh, look at this performance. Oh, 3 ultimate. Oh. Let's just kill him while he's here. Or not. Possibly... no, I don't want to go for a capture with him, because I don't want to accidentally capture the other one, or rather, trap the one in the room that he's just gone to, so... I think we'll kill him, and then we'll focus on trying to capture the other one. It's always best to kill one, capture the other in 3 Ultimate. Imagine not playing on Simu. Imagine playing on the same account for 8 years and still playing with the original community. Imagine that. 'Cause that's what I'm currently doing. Trying to keep away from the charge of Mr. Zenoga. Is he limping? Good. Oh, cat. So if they can just stay there with that one and I can capture this one, this is provided I can get to him before he charges up. Because if I can't, then I'm not going to be able to capture him. I'm going to have to really... Oof. I would really like it if you could eat one of those Aptonoth, because then that would give me the opportunity to... Oh, he's doing it, I think. What are you doing? No. Odin, don't follow me like a lost puppy. It's only going to make it harder to capture him if I've got another person here. You understand? Please, no, if he charges up there... Okay, he's not. Thank fuck for that. If he chose to charge up there, that would have been the fucking end. For a second I thought he might have attacked and killed Zenoga, at which point I would have probably fixed to kill him and his entire family. Anyway. Yeah, of course the emulation is good. I have every intention of... Well, rather than Cemu, I do plan on actually emulating the 3DS version, because people are currently working on bringing the assets from the Wii U version onto the 3DS version, and then playing multiplayer through the Citrus servers or whatever. Not Citrus servers, but you know, more like Citrus service. But not even that. Just the online functionality of Citra. I do plan to do that once this online community disappears, and I think that will be overall a better experience, probably. Just because you won't have poor performance, and it will technically look better as well. You're a mix of terrifying and charming, and it's odd. Good. That's the way I like it. But, yeah. What about Hapudabok? Because I know all about that bastard. Again, I'm not sure if you can break his uvula in this game. I was wondering, just before when we were fighting him, if you can break his uvula, but sadly not. It's funny, there are generations of hunters who play Portable Third who don't know the Japanese names of the monsters because they didn't play Portable Third when it came out. It's really funny. There are a lot of people who play Portable Third. Like on Hunsterverse, for example. Fuck me, and this guy's Sword and Shield. I've never been so fucked up by someone using a Sword and Shield before. It's actually kind of shocking. So we can just absolutely shit on this Zenoga. We don't have to worry about capturing him. I'm sorry, Odin, but you using a gun lance when you've got 2 people aiming for the head here, probably not a good idea. I wouldn't recommend it. Well, large creature coming through, make way. Did I carve the other tail? Let's find out. I did not. In the words of Tommy Wiseau, I did not. But it looks like it's already despawned. Oh dear. Yeah, Portable Third's really good. It's very funny to see Portable Third fall out of favour with traditional hunters. Portable Third really was, for the longest time, until the advent of World, the easiest Monster Hunter game. But that didn't make it bad at all. But seriously, the traditional hunters who stick to the first 3 generations of Monster Hunter exclusively really don't like Portable Third. And it is true that it attracts, these days, very, very simple-minded people. People who aren't very good, neither at Monster Hunter nor thinking. You know, the general process of human thought is a challenge for some of these people. And, yeah, I regret to say that Portable Third ends up catering quite well to their needs. Maybe not as well as World. World really caters to the people who have those sorts of needs, because you don't even have to pay any attention to what you're doing in World. You know, put on the ghillie mantle, or put on whatever mantle you want, and win. Ghillie mantle wasn't a good example. I think Rocksteady mantle is the broken one, isn't it? I don't know, because I never used mantles. In the same way that I didn't use styles in Generations Ultimate, I didn't use mantles in Worlds, so there you go. I don't really know much about the mantles. That was a good hunt. I like that. What? What? Oh my god, Twitch! Twitch's auto mod just held for review on my chat the word weeaboo. I cannot believe what I've just seen. Oh, Twitch. You poor, poor bastards. I just allowed it. I had to add a permission for the term weeaboo to be used. I cannot fucking believe it. Oh, Twitch. What the fuck? Weeaboo is now offensive? Offensive! I mean, I guess it started off in a pretty offensive way. But then it became, like... I guess people who watch anime became like a general term. Like, it went from weeaboo to weeb, and then people just say weeb instead of otaku or anime fan. But, yeah, fucking hell. I'm a long-time anime watcher as well. Avid anime viewer. Been watching anime for the last 15 years or so. And I love it. But I'm not a weeb, because that's not a word. It's a shortening of weeaboo, which means that you pretend to speak Japanese when you actually can't. But apparently that's super offensive and needs to be held for review, so... shit. Oh yes, I did hear that you can't call people simps on Twitch, and that's a word that doesn't exist in my lexicon either. You know. Anyway, let's sell those Anog materials. I'm a little bit concerned about a lack of storage space in my box here, but... oh well. Either way, I think we... oh, I've still got a latch to put away. But I think that's going to conclude this recording. Because I've been going for 4 hours, and that's bloody long enough. But I'm going to let them know that I'm closing the room. Hope you got a decent amount done, Vern. I think we did pretty well. But those of you just joining me, thanks for joining, and I hope to see you again in the future. I do try to record Monster Hunter fairly often. Don't expect only Monster Hunter. I'm not a Monster Hunter streamer. I'm a person who plays video games, and I do enjoy playing Monster Hunter. So don't expect only Monster Hunter, but I do a decent amount of Monster Hunter, and when Rise comes out I will be playing that. Probably not too much. I'm not going to be streaming it every day, and I'm not going to be recording my every move, every single moment of me playing Rise, like some people will, but I will be doing a little bit of it, and I hope to see you at that time. But thanks for joining me, and I will see you all next time. Bye bye, everyone.